Good evening and welcome to the Huffington Post's live stream coverage of tonight's GOP debate, the second of what could be 9 debates, might be 12 debates, but I think we're all rooting for 9 debates at this point. My name is Jason Linkins. Tonight we will be doing 1 hour's worth of coverage before the main event starts at 8 o'clock. After the debate is over at 11, please come on back. We'll be doing at least another hour after the debate ends of post-game analysis. But for the time being, we're going to set up the evening. Joining me right now, Huffington Post politics reporter Arthur Delaney, Huffington Post immigration reporter Elise Foley. I don't know if I got your titles right. Hopefully I did.
That's good.
All right, good. Well, we're off to a good start. Here is my first question. So there's already been a debate. And if you remember, I was not in the country during the debate. Like, I would say 78% of the United States, I was like them, not paying attention.
And everyone asked themselves, where were you
right
to the first debate?
Right. I was on a
You
boat.
have nothing to say.
So
embarrassing.
So what have I missed in the world of GOP debating?
Trump.
That's it?
And that's all they're talking about so far in this first debate. There were 5 questions about Donald Trump. I think it was a conspiracy between the moderators, Jake Tapper and Hugh Hewitt, and the candidates who wanted to talk about Trump and say mean things about him. And I think the moderators want to sort of shake the jar and maybe get Trump mad because there are rumors that he might tone it down, and nobody wants to see that. It's a little embarrassing.
CNN, right.
Yeah, a little embarrassing for these people who are just Trump collateral damage.
So a whole debate happened, and there's literally nothing I needed to take away from it other than Trump was there. He was a bit of an asshole to Megyn Kelly, and he's loomed ever larger in the main sense then, insulting candidates, calling them low energy, calling them weak. He said something mean about Carly Fiorina in the days leading up to this debate. That's all I need to know about anything that's transpired in the race so far.
Oh, that's so depressing.
But
haven't we been locked in that?
I think that's sort of true. There was just this thing in that last debate where we'd been wondering at what point is Donald Trump going to anger everybody so much that everybody gives up on him, and he said that stuff about, to Megyn Kelly and about Megyn Kelly, and everyone's like, oh, she's such a darling among Republicans. Didn't hurt him.
No.
So now we've just had, the weak sense of people just continuing Donald Trump coming up and up. And then I guess, now he says he's going to start being nicer and more professional, and we'll see if that's the case. But I think everybody else is thinking, oh, what I'm going to do is go after him. Maybe that'll help me. So you see Bobby Jindal trying so hard to get attention by doing that.
He has been trying so hard to do that.
And he did seem to have the most pep, I think. His effort has been successful so far in this debate.
I should point out that right now we've cut in on the Undercard debate, the little kids debate, which right now is George Pataki, Bobby Jindal, Rick Santorum, and Lindsey Graham. We'll talk about that, so you don't have to watch it either. But so far,
we saw an hour.
We've seen a bunch, and I'd say, yeah, you're right. Jindal's been the only one that's kind of like leapt off the mat, even in this. Do you feel like anyone so far in this Undercard debate deserves to move up into the rarefied air of people making 2.5% in the polls?
Well, just by virtue of his energy and for no other reason, I would give Jindal the pass to go to the higher level.
Elise, when the 2012 election ended, the Republican National Committee, they published this document called the Growth and Opportunity Project. We all in the media called it the RNC autopsy. Yes. And I think on every single page, they talked about the need to implement sensible immigration reform and reach out to the Latino community. Even when they weren't talking about that, even when they were just talking about wear nicer ties, have shorter debates, it was always still always reach out to the Latino community. What has gone wrong?
That is such a good question, and I have not a whole lot of idea. I think that there is just clearly a lot of appetite for this type of anti-immigrant stuff. I mean, you see the stuff Donald Trump says, and people come out and they love it, and they say, oh, well, he's saying the stuff about Mexicans and the stuff about immigrants that we're all thinking. And so there's clearly an appetite for it in this country. Whether it is something that is going to please Hispanic voters, I think, is clearly no, but Hispanic voters aren't the most important thing in a GOP primary. So I think that they are just doing the same thing that they did last time, saying all this stuff that's going to hurt them later because they don't care. They're not thinking about later. They're thinking about now. Happens every time.
How would you characterize establishment types you may talk to in the Republican Party? Are they ruining what's happening? Do they want to ride a bit of the nativist sugar high for the time being?
I think they're ruining what's happening. I mean, you can see it even with the way that people like Lindsey Graham talk about this on on the debate stage, or Pataki even. They don't want this to be the image of their party that we're all going out and we're yelling about, well, I didn't mean all Mexicans are rapists. I mean, that's just not the position you want to be starting from. So I think that they are frustrated. I think most of them are not thrilled about this idea of, getting the nativists all wound up and then their candidate has to go say something to please those people. I think it's like, keep me as far away from that as possible is probably how the Jeb Bushes of the world feel.
Right, and I want to talk about Jeb Bush. Arthur, this guy was the presumptive frontrunner at one point. He has done all those things during what we call the invisible primary that you're supposed to do. Garner elite support, raise a lot of money, set up a fairly decent, powerful infrastructure for his campaign as a robust super PAC. He's got all the right guys working on his team. What has gone wrong?
Well, what went wrong speaks to the reason that I said I don't think anything has really changed since the last debate, because after that was when Donald Trump seized on this idea that was already out there, that Jeb was kind of low energy, and made it into this hilarious burn that he's used repeatedly in his stump speeches, and that the media has really feasted on, because it's sort of true. He is kind of low energy.
There's a germ of truth to it.
And so that's basically the dynamic we've been locked in, and everyone's looking to this debate to see what he does to seem less boring.
He's going to run out dancing.
Yeah, he's going to do jumping jacks, or will he wield insults at the Donald?
I mean, it's kind of funny because when someone really successfully burns you like that, once you make the choice to try to live past that burn, you still have to admit that guy influenced you in some way. It could be a real pride-swallowing thing to have to deal with.
It's certainly an exercise in pride swallowing, everything he's been doing. And one thing that's sort of set him apart is his effort to reach out to Hispanic voters, or to at least soften the way he seems through this TV ad in which he's speaking Spanish, and his wife is a part of it, but it's nothing compared to what Donald Trump is able to do with them just broadcasting all his speeches. With these sick burns every night.
Now, along with Trump, we do see that the sun is sort of shone on Ben Carson. I think Carly Fiorina got a boost coming out of that first undercard debate, and I think maybe her being on a collision course with Donald Trump tonight is something that suffuses her with a little bit more energy and verve in our minds. Two guys that have also completely disappeared off the radar, though, Scott Walker, Marco Rubio. And these guys are supposed to be leading lights, guys that when Mitt Romney was the front runner, and no one in the establishment of the pundit class liked Mitt Romney. These are two guys that they begged to jump into the race in 2012. It's not working out for them, though, so far.
No, it's not. I mean, it seems like Scott Walker just keeps having these weird fumbles over and over, and a lot of them, and you've written about this, are just based on his inability to answer questions a lot of the time. I mean, these candidates are so prepped all the time for all types of questions that might come at them, and then he keeps getting these questions, very obvious questions on news of the day, and he seems to fumble, say one thing, or say, I'm not going to answer, and then he answers later, or he changes his answer, and that just looks bad, and obviously the media picks up on it, it gets in the news, and then I think it looks bad to people. So he just seems kind of unprepared, frankly, which is surprising considering the amount of time that one would think he'd been preparing for this.
Yeah, it's not frivolous questions either. It's like, what is your policy on birthright citizenship, which everyone had been talking about for 48 hours. And he said, well, you know what? I'm not going to take a position on that. And nobody's impressed by that.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing with the questions Walker's gotten is he's not getting questions that are legitimately dumb. He's not getting those kind of weird. There was a big deal made a few weeks ago when Hugh Hewitt went down his TikTok points of foreign policy, and Donald Trump didn't know some obscure people's names, and some people thought, well, I mean, come on, you don't need to know, the finance minister of Uzbekistan. But Scott Walker's been getting the basic questions, and he's been reversing his positions within 72 hours after making a statement in the first place.
And he's been doing that despite the fact that he's got a broad conservative appeal, turned in a workmanlike performance at the previous debate. Everyone said Scott Walker was fine. And he's just being totally outshone by Donald Trump because the guy is so much more interesting to watch. So his case is a great example of how Donald Trump is distorting everything.
Do you think anyone at the previous debate literally hurt their chances of becoming president? Do you think it's possible even in this debate that someone may end up, well, they're out now?
Nobody has anything to lose in this debate.
They only have stuff to gain.
And I think Jeb, with the low energy stuff, which wasn't something he actually did. It's just kind of a knock on what he's like as a person. It's not fair at all, funny as it is. But these guys have nothing to lose. That's why everyone is saying, this is the CW about tonight's debate. It's going to be everyone coming out swinging at Donald Trump.
And him vowing to be more laid back and professional, which I guess...
I'm excited to see how many minutes that lasts.
It doesn't seem possible.
You know, I'm excited to see how many minutes Donald Trump gets as compared to the other candidates. I saw something today, I think it was Brent Bozell of the media research company, Newsbusters.
Yeah.
He said he calculated that in prime time, leading up in the 2 weeks leading up to the debate, prime time, Donald Trump received 540 minutes of coverage. The rest of the field, on average, 10. Some people, 6 seconds. Now, I mean, some of the people who got 6 seconds of the debate were George Pataki, Jim Gilmore.
How many seconds does it take to say those names?
Yeah, I know. It's seriously, George Pataki. Like, I imagine the 6 seconds that George Pataki got was someone going, oh, what was his name? Well, he was the governor of New York. George Pataki?
George something?
Jake Tapper cut him off hilariously just now. He said he launched into a question, and Pataki was like, well, it's 3 things, Jake. And he got through one, and then he was like, thanks, Governor.
Can I tell you something funny? Like I said, I didn't see either debates, the first 2 debates. I think it was at least a week or 10 days before someone sat me down and said, you know Jim Gilmore wasn't at the Undercard debate. Because I was sure he was invited to it. And I talked about how I was sad to have missed Jim Gilmore at this debate. He wasn't there, and he's not there now. Why don't they just invite him?
I don't know. It's just 4 guys on stage.
They have the podiums.
They had Rick Perry.
They have the lectern.
I'm sorry, I know that's an issue.
What's interesting is Rick Perry, who dropped out less than a week ago, this was on his calendar, right?
Yeah, it was.
And he looked at the prospect of being on this debate stage with as little chance as these other guys, and he's just like, nah, he doesn't really want this at all.
No, you know, he gave a huge stem-winding speech when he dropped out. Because in America, you can't just say, you know what, I'm not good, my campaign sucks, I'm dropping out. You have to first give a speech about how great you are, and then say, but I'm dropping out. And it was 30 minutes long, his speech, his dumb speech. I would have just stayed in the debate and got the free trip to Simi Valley. It's a free trip to California.
You know what? I think you may have just explained why he did it, because he give the speech where you're like, I lament the course of events and I withdraw. And everyone's like, oh, so dignified. Meanwhile, at this, everyone's saying, look at these losers. They can't win.
Yeah,
all
waiting
they're doing
for
is
him
talk
to
about
mess
Donald
up.
Trump. Yeah.
This is the second time there's been an undercard debate. The first time, I think we can all agree, Carly Fiorina legitimately demonstrated that she had skills beyond that sort of gutter of politics, that she belonged in the upper tier, at least for the time being. After tonight, do we need to have another one of these things?
You mean a 2-tier debate?
Do we need to have one?
I don't think anyone wants one.
No. I mean, here we are not watching it.
Well, it's an hour plus.
I enjoy Bobby Jindal's accent, though.
I admire his pep, and he came out with material. He talked about the Obama administration being mean or being, obsessed with Twinkies, and that was good. So he's very polished. But there's going to be 3 hours of debate after there's a debate that's already happened. So there will be debate fatigue.
All right, well, we got to get to it all. Right now, we're going to send you out to Iowa, where our reporter Samantha Joe is standing by with this.
One thing I think is very interesting to note here, we're looking at candidates who have been spending the most time, the most energy here in Iowa at the bottom of the polls. Candidates like Bobby Jindal, Rick Santorum, who recently completed a 99-county tour of the state, and even Rick Perry, who recently dropped out but spent a significant amount of time here. I think this signals to us that this cycle is just unlike anything we've ever seen, in a different kind of ballpark. I'll continue to track that trend for you in the months to come. And coming up, I'll be traveling to Ben Carson, Carly Arena watch parties, watching the debate alongside activists and supporters, and getting their reactions. 8 points. Samantha Joe reporting.
All right, here we are with Paige Winfield Cunningham from the Washington Examiner, local rag here. Tell us what you thought of the debate so far.
Well, I feel like if the goals of CNN were to pit the candidates against each other,
I hope that's their goal. For our sake.
I think they've been pretty successful so far, and you saw a lot of sort of substantive debate about the question about religious freedom and the Kim Davis thing, and some real differences between the candidates.
Who did you think? Did you see the exchange over Martin Luther King? Okay, so it was an interesting one, and it was a substantive one, and it looked like there was an actual winner, which is unusual. Like, it looked like Santorum got actually knocked out by Pataki on this, and I'll try to describe it fairly, and you tell me if you agree. Santorum did his whole there are moral laws, there are natural laws, and then there are laws. And this law violates the moral law and the natural law, and so therefore we have to stand with Kim Davis. And he started quoting from Martin Luther King's letter from a Birmingham jail. And Pataki's like, well, wait a minute. Martin Luther King was not an elected official charged with carrying out the laws. What he was doing is he's saying these laws are immoral, and we're going to consciously break them. We're going to respect that these are the actual laws, but we're going to break them. We're going to go to jail. People are going to support us because they're going to recognize our moral case. And then we're going to change the law through the force of that moral will. And that's what we did, is the way Pataki said, and Santorum didn't come back to that. Mm-hmm. That does, to me, that sounds like the actual, if you can say Kim Davis and MLK in the same sentence, that would be kind of how it would shake out.
Well, and I think I caught the end of that exchange, and I think Pataki finished up by saying, that if you really want to look at a place where you've got a problem of religious laws trumping the laws of the land, look at the Middle East. And he sort of finished off with a flourish there.
Yeah, and he also, I thought, made a good point. It's fun to have. It'd almost be fun to have him in the big debate, even though he has about 7 supporters, all of them related to him. It'd be fun to have him in just so you could have an actual liberal kind of challenging all of the candidates on there. Because he said, well, think about it. What if Kim Davis were Muslim? And she said that whatever law violated her belief in Sharia or her Muslim faith, would we be standing up for her there? Well,
and you're right. It's hard to think of one of the candidates in the general debate actually bringing up that point, possibly Kasich or Christie saying something like that, but he would definitely be the most likely. Right.
So tonight, speaking of Kasich and Christie has said he's going to go nuclear. Half of the others have telegraphed that they're going to do the same. They're going to come in there swinging. Arthur was saying earlier that he thought that maybe Jake Tapper was going at so many Trump questions because he knows Trump is sitting there watching this to get him kind of riled up, and he wants Trump fired up. Do you think they're gonna follow through? And do you think Jeb Bush is going to get the nap he needs?
I think after the last debate, a lot of the candidates have realized they have got to majorly turn around their presentation. The trick for them is that if you make Donald Trump angry, he is vicious. Mm-hmm. But
vicious in a way that works for him?
Vicious, well, that's questionable. So far it has. I guess it remains to be seen whether it will, and after this debate. But I think they need to find a way to portray him as a policy lightweight, as a bully, as
Although don't they want a bully? That his supporters they kind of seem to like that he's a bully because he'll bully China.
Right. Well, I'm sure there
push around ISIS.
Right. Well, he does talk about winning a lot and fighting, and there's a lot of people that sort of like that terminology. But it's important to remember that while Trump, he has very good name recognition, his likability actually isn't that great. It's far behind other candidates like Rubio and Huckabee and some of the others. So, I mean, I don't necessarily think like it's safe to say or for him to assume that he can always kind of continue in an abrasive style and not risk any kind of pushback or kickback at some point. But I think for the candidates, the challenge is, how do you criticize Trump effectively? And Trump is.
How do you do it? What's the?
Yeah, well, I mean,
nothing has stuck yet.
Right. Well, I mean, the trick is to sort of portray themselves as sort of the policy heavyweights, right? And I think the way to do that, and I think, if the questions are more focused on foreign policy and Iran, that could be favorable to the more politically professional candidates, because Trump obviously has struggled in that area. I think it was this week he was giving his foreign policy speech. He mostly ended up kind of just being vague and talking about immigration, which is his favorite topic. So I think the more that the debate can be focused on that, the candidates can especially come out and try to expose him. But it's been tricky. I mean, they've tried to, and it hasn't been effective so far.
And I would suspect, and you would know this better, that even among his supporters, there's got to be a little bit of skepticism over whether they want to give him the nuclear football.
Right.
I mean, it's one thing for him to go into trade talks with China. Sure. Yeah, why not? What do we have to lose? You give him the button.
Right. Well, when you just look at the things that he said, I mean, he uses very simple words when he talks about foreign policy, and he talks about having a really big, effective plan, and something that's just going to be amazing, and he uses lots of very simple adjectives, but there's not a lot of substance. You could argue that voters, I don't know, they might not end up caring that much. I mean, Republican voters rank foreign policy or foreign issues fairly low among their top interests or top issues in the election. But on the other hand, as you argue, will he be able to continue this type of or this style of talking about foreign policy for the next 6 months or so and kind of get away with that and that not hurt him? I don't know.
Trump, as crazy as the whole thing is, I think at least it's kind of understandable because he kind of fits a mold, not necessarily a mold of a politician here in the U.S., but there's a lot of them in Europe. These kind of they're anti-immigrant. They're kind of right-wing populists. They're for welfare, and they're for different entitlements as long as it's for their particular identitarian population. So that Berlusconi and Trump are very similar politicians. So in that sense, you can say, okay, I understand. And people are really angry. They're scared about the future and they're gravitating towards this guy. And okay, fine, whatever. Ben Carson. He's now almost neck and neck with Donald Trump. He has not gotten the wall-to-wall media coverage. You can partially explain Trump with, hey, who are you going to vote for? The Donald.
Right.
But the Dr. Carson, well, where is that coming from? Have you talked to many of his supporters? Like, what, that one I want to hear.
Yeah, well, that stumped me many times too. But I do kind of wonder if you have to look back over the last few years at sort of the groundwork that the Tea Party has laid in a lot of ways, and maybe it could be coming back to bite them in some ways. I mean, for several years now, the rhetoric has been kick them all out, overturn Congress and bring the new guys in. And Republicans have heard that over and over and over every election. And so even though they've turned over the House a lot of times, many times now, they're still frustrated. And they don't necessarily understand why Republicans talk about defunding Planned Parenthood and yet they can't. And they talk about, repealing the Affordable Care Act and they can't do it. They don't understand how Washington works. And so I wonder if now it's coming back to bite Cruz and some of the others, because now they're sort of inside, if you will, and you have Carson and Trump coming in, and I think that is what you have to come back to, because when you look at the common denominator between Trump and Carson, they don't have a lot of things in common except for that one thing.
And I could see how there could be some some dashed hopes at play there. You say, oh, hey, look, we elected Scott Brown. We took away the filibuster proof majority, and they still pushed through Obamacare. We took the House in 2010, and yet all of these policies stayed in place. We put John Roberts as Chief Justice, and now he approves. Then we take the Senate, and there's still funding Planned Parenthood, and Obamacare is still a law of the land, and the president hasn't been impeached, although we hear less about that, I guess, since we know when he's leaving. And so, I guess it's, well, then forget it.
Well, and that's sort of the bind Ted Cruz is in, isn't he? Because that's very much the message he's trying to push is kick the bad guys out, and yet now he's kind of one of the bad guys. I'm really going to be watching for this debate.
Is he, like, in the Tea Party? Because I think his plan is he's going to cozy. He's trying. It's pretty transparent what he's trying. He's cozying up to Donald Trump, and he just doesn't want to get too close so that when he implodes, he doesn't catch fire as well. But he's hoping that when, that when Donald Trump implodes, that comes. For him, hopefully, it's right before the kind of the huge Southern swing where you have all of the different primaries and caucuses across the South, and then he sweeps those up, and all of a sudden he's riding the white horse. I assume that's how he sees it going. Do you think that he's too much of an insider at this point, which would be hilarious? But on the other hand, he is an Ivy League educated guy, so he does fit the kind of mold of an elite. So it's harder for him to be anti-elite.
Well, I would say if there was anything that somebody could do to be in Washington and yet try to look outside of it, Cruz has probably covered his bases. I mean, he's blamed for a lot of things in Washington, including, of course, the 2013 shutdown.
Accurately, which he claims credit for.
Right, and he loves claiming credit for that. Crusading against immigration reform and things like that. And you've even recently had leadership express really very publicly their distaste for him. I think Boehner called him a jackass.
Yeah.
And McConnell.
And Cruz was like, thank you.
Yeah, right. So I think I think he's done his best. And he does have really strong Tea Party support. So I was looking at the numbers this afternoon, and it's pretty well divided between Trump and Cruz. So they do a very similar demographic of folks. I think it's probably a really good strategy for Cruz. I think the challenge he's going to have tonight is not looking like he's trying to be some great orator or some great lecturer. A lot of times Cruz sounds the same, regardless of whether he's talking to a large group or a small group or an individual. And he's very smooth, and he knows what he wants to say, and he knows how to phrase things. He's a smart guy, but I think that he needs to look a little bit more like a man of the people and kind of like he's standing around the barbecue with some friends in the backyard. So I think
here's the problem, though. Like to what you said, I cover Capitol Hill, so I've seen him around groups where there's no cameras all the time, and like you said, he's identical there as on the Senate floor, as on the stump, and I'm sure at a barbecue, he's identical. Like when he was giving a speech against, I forget the name of the guy, but he was a lawyer who was up for nomination, and he had defended Mumia Abu-Jamal. And Ted Cruz gave a long talk about how guilty Mumia was, and you could just tell that he had given that speech as a 19-year-old in college, that he had been trolling liberals with this Mumia thing for 40 years, and he just had it down. And so I wonder if there is a part of him that he can even connect with. At some point, doing that just becomes you, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it does. He's always been kind of an enigma to me because, as you said, he went to Harvard. He's argued before the Supreme Court, yet he's relied on that base of Tea Party conservatives to get him elected. So sometimes I often wonder who is Ted Cruz? Who is the real Ted Cruz? And it's hard to kind of see that behind the mask a little bit. It's nice to hear that question asked about a guy. It's usually a woman. Who is this Hillary Clinton person that we've all known for 40 years? And now that we've figured that out, I guess there isn't much left to say, but if there is anything left to say, Jason Lincolns will be saying it.
Hey, welcome back. I am now with Mark Blumenthal, the guru behind HuffPost Pollster, which means we're probably going to talk about polling, because we're pretty predictable that way.
Or fantasy football.
Send us a message if you'd rather switch topics.
Right.
I'm going to start with just like the question that's probably on a lot of people's minds. Is Donald Trump the front runner on the GOP side?
Well, in the polling, he's running ahead of the rest, so I guess technically he's the front runner. You and I have talked about this before. I have this problem with the term front runner. I don't like front runner. I mean, he clearly has a big lead, a bigger one than when we started this. But sometimes the term front runner ends up being sort of loaded as meaning the guy who's going to be the nominee.
Right.
The guy who's, this is over, it's done, the election were held today, he'd be the nominee. The point I've made to you and others is that, even at 30%, even at 35%, and I don't know that they all have him that high, that's not quite enough.
Right.
To get anybody the nomination. Presidential nominations are sort of rigged to be, you have to get 50% of the delegates, and you usually have to have a little assist from the party leadership. Now, he doesn't have that.
But if you're Marco Rubio, you only have 5%.
Right.
Isn't the argument even more stacked against you? I mean, at least
Well,
Donald Trump's got what he has.
And that is the part of the argument that's sort of weak, that yes, Trump's a whole lot closer to that in terms of the polling snapshot right now than the others. But I think the trick for him is that there is, this is getting weaker, and you have to you have to point out the polling has shown that the sort of I'll never vote for Trump number has gone down in a couple of polls.
Right, yeah.
But it's still pretty significant. And he is going to, one way or another, whoever is that nominee is going to have to build a coalition that's more than half of their party, or at least pretty close to half. Yes, there are a handful of winner-take-all contests. There's winner-take-all in some congressional districts. That helps. But if you look historically, there are not many candidates who got to 50-plus delegates by getting 30% of the vote. There really aren't any in the modern era. There's usually, the winnowing that happens after the early primaries, and then the party sort of coalesces around someone who does well in that. But it's not an automatic that you're the front runner in Iowa or you're the front runner in New Hampshire and you win.
So we've also talked a lot about polling this far out from a presidential election.
Right.
There's a famous graph that by I don't remember the
Chris Flesian and Bob Erickson were two.
Thank you for pronouncing that first name because I didn't know how to pronounce it.
Right.
And it demonstrates that the salience of polling 300 days from an election is almost zero when it comes to predicting the outcome.
Right.
And we're not even close to 300 days before the election.
Yes. Now that is for the general election.
Right, for the general election. But we're still seeing head-to-head polls going up. Now, we're a bit closer now to the start of the primary season. The primary season begins in January. It could last well into the spring. I still feel like we're far away from where these polling results have salience. But what are the factors that contribute to the polling this far out being a bit more scattershot? I realize this may be kind of an obvious question, but it's worth talking about.
And it's really important because of all the stuff we talk about polling having challenges and being harder to do now than ever before. It's these sort of things that have been true for 30 or 40 years that are going to make you wrong if you take
and not new
snapshot.
Freak things in the 21st century.
The new freak things make it all even, maybe more shaky. But these things are basic. So for the general election, they are just inherently close contests, have been for 30 or 40 years. In most cases, the winner is 3, 4, 5, 6 points, that separates them. So it should go without saying that 18 months before, that leaves a lot of room for movement, enough that either a Democrat or a Republican could win consistent with the polling we're seeing now. Now, in primary elections, there's sort of a start. All of that's true. But now you add a multi-candidate race without party, where in the general election party, 80% or more of voters sort of know who they're voting as soon as the nominees are picked and based on who their party is. In a primary, wide open. You don't have a single-day primary. You have a sequence of states holding their events, which winnows the field, changes it. So, the cast of candidates that we're all looking at now, if you're a voter in Iowa, you probably get to choose from all but, 2 or 3 of these guys. But if you're in any of the states that are going to hold their primaries in March, it's going to be probably a much smaller list. And there's strategic voting, right? People, and it's the one instance where the polling itself can help drive choices. I mean, that's what we saw in 2012 with the Republicans. Mm-hmm. There was a block of conservatives who really didn't want to vote for Romney, and they kept looking for, is this the guy? Oh, Kane? Is this the guy? Okay, I'm for him. Perry? No, not him. Gingrich? And it went up
Yep,
and down.
They never settled on somebody.
And there was this pattern that kicked in some of the primary states where there'd be a poll a week out where somebody would start to sort of move, and then it tripled over like 5 days. I mean, those kinds of things can all happen.
So another obvious question, and maybe it's obvious to you, but just for the benefit of viewers, if polling so far out from an election is so bad at predicting, why do we keep doing head-to-head polls 500 days before the election? Why do we keep putting these polls in the field? Well, maybe the question is, why do we keep reporting these polls?
Right. I mean, we are, admittedly in a bit of a.
What is it that pollsters are actually doing in this stage of the game?
Well,
if they're not predicting outcomes, what is their work? What is the nature of their work?
I'm a little biased on this because my background is not as a media pollster. My background was a pollster who worked for campaigns.
Right.
And what I was told from my first day as an analyst, and what we always told clients, was that the vote question, if the election were held today, for whom would you vote? 18 months, 12 months, 6 months from an election is the least interesting, least useful question in our strategic planning. We measured it, we asked it because the trend chart's got to start somewhere.
Right.
But we were interested in how people were going. The campaign strategist is interested in using polling to figure out what are the messages, what is the allocation of resources that helps move. How do we persuade people to come support our candidate? For media polling, in a perfect world, if you gave most pollsters their wish, they'd like to do. Most are asking a lot of other questions, not all. A lot of the quickie polls are just the horse race. But if you look at most of the surveys done by most of the major networks and newspaper partnerships, there's a lot of depth there. And there's a lot. We can talk about what do these polls showing Trump ahead really mean. There's a lot backing it. That's not about the horse race, that we're learning from this stuff that's important now.
I have to imagine that at least part of it is just practice. A guy who wants to shoot 20 free throws in an NBA game is going to shoot 10,000 free throws leading up to it. So
now
I have
we're
to
talking
imagine.
About candidates now, or
No, I'm talking about pollsters. I imagine
yes.
they keep doing the work just to keep doing the work, keep computing, keep quantifying.
I mean, the reality is that I'm here talking about this. I have a job here,
right?
Because people who follow politics like following polls.
Yeah, that's true.
Even if they probably shouldn't be following the horse race numbers quite to the degree they do. I mean, there's a political scientist that we both read and are a fan of.
Brendan Nyhan?
Well, Brendan.
John Sides?
I'm thinking Bernstein.
Oh, yes, yeah.
We read all of those guys.
We read all those guys. You should too.
But Bernstein has a just constant refrain, ignore those polls, by which he means primarily ignore the the horse race polls. Even though he himself will acknowledge that he follows them. He tweeted today, he was a little upset with us. Our chart system was a little glitchy today. Apologies for that. It will be fixed shortly. But he tweeted, I probably shouldn't be complaining about this because I should be ignoring them, but the pollster charts aren't updating. And that is, the reality is that is why these are done. I think for most people who follow politics in the news, they've picked a side. They know who they're for. They know who they're against. They want to know if their team, if you will, I hate using sports metaphors, but they want to know if their team's doing well. They want to check the box score. And they do that a lot. And news organizations know this. And so we probably push this stuff too much. But all that said, I think there's a lot of value to be learned about what polling is telling us about the environment that this campaign will be held in, and we should talk about that.
Something we were talking about right before, and this is maybe going to go to the whole nerds versus jocks situation in political coverage, where pundits and quants are perpetually at each other's throats. But we were listening to the CNN panel discuss, what does Marco Rubio have to do to get back into this race? And to their mind, what Rubio has to do to get back into the race is be dynamic, energetic, come up with some cool move. But what really
and move his poll numbers.
What really does a guy like Marco Rubio or Scott Walker have to do literally to move this poll numbers?
Well, and we can assume we know what they need to do. I mean, those of us who follow this think we do. I'm assuming that Rubio, that Bush, that Walker, and that most of the others have some sort of strategy that gets them to the nomination. And it involves going through the early primary states and winning something.
Right.
That has to be the strategy for all of them. And the question is, what gets them in this debate performance or anything else they do at this time of the year, what gets them closer to that? The best way to think about this, I think, is to look back and look at what Barack Obama did, because we can look backwards and we know exactly what his strategy was. He was not going to be able to overtake Clinton nationally until he proved he was viable. He was an African American who was only recently elected as senator, and the take among him from party leaders who wanted to endorse him to ordinary voters who would have, who ultimately were enthusiastic for him. The question was, but I don't think how are you going to get elected president? We've never heard of you. He had to prove his viability. They did the early polling, and it was very clear. The one place where he had the advantage and the one place where Clinton was vulnerable because of John Edwards was Iowa. So the question was, what was he doing to get closer to Iowa? How much organizing were they doing? How many people were they talking to? How many trips did he take there? If you had polled the right people, and it was next to impossible to do, in Iowa over that 6-month period, you would have seen him steadily growing and improving and enthusiasm growing. And some of the surveys at the end caught it, right? But in this whole moment of about 6 months of hard work, the national poll numbers for him were not moving. And his own donors, his most prominent supporters, were banging on him and Michelle Obama and the rest of the campaign, say, you got to do something. You got to move the polls, because these guys on TV say you got to move the polls. Mm-hmm. You got to put ads up nationwide. You've got to make, they largely resisted all of this advice, and they focused their message and their debate performance and everything else on what they needed to do to win Iowa. And the hard part is, it's hard for us. We don't have an objective measure of that.
Right.
This is the one thing, polling that we can sort of measure and put on a scorecard. We can also look at endorsements, which is important. We look at fundraising. But those are the sort of objective measures. And if we don't look at those, we're left with counting yard signs and feeling the emanation.
Well, we talked about this. We talked, when 538 rose to prominence, there was Nate Silver's computational methodology, but there's also Harry Anton going to visit John McCain's field offices. Wasn't it?
It was Harry's predecessor, whose name I should remember.
All right, well, we don't remember his name.
Right.
Should probably stop talking about him. But there are ways of going out and grasping with at least one hand how things are playing on the streets in various states. So maybe it's really just about the reporters bridging that gap between pundits and quants.
Maybe.
But while we touched on Democrats for a minute there, what should people make of what's been going on with Bernie Sanders, his polling numbers? Recently in Iowa and New Hampshire, they've been quite good. And he's sort of, I think, closing the gap in the later early primary states as well.
Well, there is no doubt that, it partly, Sanders is clearly connected with the sort of well-educated liberal white part of the Democratic Party. That is a significant part, but it is not all of it. Mm-hmm. That is, better represented in a low turnout caucus like Iowa. He's from Vermont, and so New Hampshire is a very good territory for him. He's someone who is very good about telling the state of New Hampshire that he's an independent, a state where any independent can walk in and request either ballot. And so he's clearly, from the polling, doing much better and running ahead of Clinton in most of the polls the last week or two in Iowa. Not by a lot, but he's definitely ahead. And even or slightly behind, or very competitive in Iowa. Could be he could win either one, or you have to call him at this point the front runner for New Hampshire.
All right. Well,
but the challenge, and this is huge for him, is that the Democratic Party is much more than its well-educated white liberal base. There are, historically, you go back to 1984, Hart 84, Tsongas 92, Bradley 2000. The 2004 campaign of blanking, because I don't know.
Oh, don't worry.
Howard Dean.
Okay.
All of those folks connected with the same base and did quite well. Some better than others. Hart, Dean, at least for a while.
Right.
None of them were successful, in part because none of them could broaden that base much beyond that well-educated white liberal base. They were never able to break through with non-white voters in significant ways. None of them. Barack Obama was the first who did both.
All right, one quick.
And it's tough for Sanders to replicate that against Hillary Clinton.
I got to toss Ryan one quick answer. In the upper tier debate tonight, is there anyone in danger at a do-or-die moment?
Well, it depends on what they do. If they have a Rick Perry oops moment, yeah, that'll be bad.
Okay.
And, that was a moment that ended it for him. And if that happens to anybody tonight, the same thing will happen.
All right, well, hopefully everyone can count to 3 tonight. Let's go now to Ryan Graham.
Thank you, Jason and Mark. That was all over our heads. None of it made a bit of sense. Here with Robert Drainham, though, we'll try to do a little bit better.
Take it down a notch.
All right. Four losers just gathered. Right? There were
losers.
There should have been 5, but one was too much of a loser to even beat Jim Gilmore.
Poor him. What is it? 0.01%?
God, just brutal.
Yeah.
When I heard Pataki was in it, well, I'm like, okay, well then everybody's in. And then it turns out no.
Yeah.
Not everybody.
But here's the good thing about it. It's called civic engagement, right? And it's called no matter whether you're at 1%.
Did Gilmore watch? You think?
I would hope so. Whether it's at 1% or whether it's at 20%, it's about the democratic process. And I know I'm putting a lot of lipstick on a pig right now, but there's some truth to that, and that is that these people care. And they have every right to run for president. You have every right to run for president. That's the way the system is designed to be. And there's a reason why I say this over and over and over again. And I think finally people are paying attention. When you take a look at the level of enthusiasm on the hard left for Bernie Sanders, a self-proclaimed socialist, and on the hard right with
Democratic socialist, not
Democratic
to be confused
socialist,
with a Stalinist. Okay.
That is true.
All right.
And also on the hard right with the bombastic quote-unquote conservative, I say that in air quotes, with Donald Trump, and the level of enthusiasm that these two men are getting, it says something about the American system in a good way.
Will it be Trump-Sanders or Sanders-Trump for the unity ticket?
I don't know.
Breaks away from both parties.
I was going to say something snarky about that, but I'm going to keep it to myself. And the reason why, because it's going to contradict my overall thesis about
okay, good
thing
enough.
for the democratic system.
So who didn't lose the worst tonight?
I think Lindsey Graham came across as the voice of reason when he said, look, folks, it's not politically and logistically possible to defund Planned Parenthood. You cannot shut down Obamacare. The only way that you're going to
Mitch McConnell said that today.
Yeah, so it's a reality check. It really is a reality check. But Bobby Jindal, obviously the current governor of Louisiana, was kind of, I guess, preaching to the choir.
Right.
Remember, this is at the Reagan Library. And also preaching to that hard right conservative base that's saying, throw the baby out with the bathwater. And Lindsey Graham was simply saying, you simply cannot do that. So in reality, I think Lindsey Graham.
Right, and McConnell threw in another point today that hasn't gotten much coverage either. He's like, look, Obama's not going to sign a bill. Let's say we get it passed. Obama's not going to sign a bill that defunds $500 million from Planned Parenthood. He said, but even if he did, it wouldn't matter because a lot of the money that Planned Parenthood gets are entitlements through Medicaid.
That's correct.
So Bobby Jindal. And so the question here becomes, is Jindal kind of feeding the very thing that has led people to dislike people like Jindal? In other words, we were talking about this earlier with Paige, all of this love for the outsiders, Donald Trump, Ben Carson, Fiorina, even well, let's leave Cruz aside for now. Some of it comes from doing what they were told, electing Congress, electing the House, electing the Senate, doing this, doing that, and yet they keep failing. They control Congress.
But according to whom? Failing according to whom?
Well, Planned Parenthood is still getting money, and in their opinion, is carving up babies and selling their parts on the street corners, despite them electing this Tea Party Congress. And so Jindal, by kind of saying, well, all you need to do now is defund Planned Parenthood, when he knows that can't happen, isn't he kind of feeding the movement that is going to tear him apart? Yeah,
it's either one of two extremes, right? So it's either that he's so divorced from that political and legislative reality that he really doesn't know how Washington works. It is simply... It's almost impossible to defund Planned Parenthood in its entirety. The only way that you're going to be able to do that is to have a Republican House, a Republican-controlled Senate, a Republican-controlled House, and a White House, and a majority on the Supreme Court, at least for a generation to undo or to unbake all of those entitlements, as you mentioned a few moments ago, that are already in the federal code. It's almost impossible to do that.
You have to get rid of Medicaid because you can't...
And totally rewrite the system, and that's very hard to do.
Right, and it would be very hard to write a system that would say, okay, we're giving you this medical insurance, but you can't use it even for a pap smear
Right.
at this place.
And you hit on something here. And look, I am pro-life. So let me just be very clear to the viewers out there and everyone else that's listening. But the reality is that Planned Parenthood only does a small portion of abortions. The reality is when you take a look at pap smears, as you mentioned, mammograms and some other of women's health issues, that's primarily what they do, and that's a fact.
And that's what Medicaid pays for.
That's
Medicaid
correct.
Doesn't
they
cover
do not pay
abortions.
for abortions.
Right.
That is correct. So the reality is that, and it's a bit of a misnomer, Planned Parenthood, the name, because I can understand conservatives thinking one thing about Planned Parenthood, but the reality is that it's just simply not the case. And so, to your point, the Medicare rules are written in a way where it's almost impossible to do that. So my point simply is that Bobby Jindal is either very naive legislatively, or he knows exactly what he's doing, and so he's feeding this false narrative out there that gets the hard right so ginned up, and that's where the expectations and the emotions kind of outweigh reality. Yeah. And so they basically say, well, you didn't fight the good fight. Well, the reality is, and Mitch McConnell will say this, there was no fight to begin with.
So Donald Trump was the star of the JV debate, even though he wasn't in the JV debate.
Yeah.
For some reason, he's in a Republican debate tonight. He's going to be in the varsity one. How do you think this is going to go? Are people going to follow through on their promises to punch him in the face when they get out on the stage?
Here's what I know. If you take a
figuratively or literally.
Look, if you take a look at all the debates, in modern history, the number one front runner always has a big target on his or her back. That's just reality. So Donald Trump is the number one front runner right now. So he does have a target on his back. I think what you saw or what we've seen over the last couple of weeks is a lot of people just are in shock that this man is number one in the polls and said, you know what, this will flame out. You can't offend you can't offend women. You can't offend Latinos and be number. It's almost impossible. But the reality is that he is number one. And so since he hasn't flamed out or self-destructed, if you will, I think tonight what you will see is probably Jeb Bush and probably Carly Fiorina and probably maybe even Ben Carson, even though that's not part of his nature, is to go after Donald Trump. But even more realistically, I think the moderators this evening are going to try to pin Donald Trump down and hold him accountable and say, well, specifically, how are you going to take 2 million illegal immigrants?
Delegate.
Well,
he's going to delegate.
Well, but the follow-up questions...
He's going to get incredible people.
But the follow-up questions are going to be really important because Donald Trump is known for that. I'm the best negotiator in the world in the whole 9 yards. Oh, okay, that may be true, but let's talk about specificity. I think the moderators are going to do that tonight.
Yeah. What about Ben Carson? Yeah. So the Trump phenomenon, strange as it is, he's a big personality. He's gotten a ton of media coverage. So a lot of his support, you can assume, is connected to name ID, and he there's kind of a populist agenda here. He's for entitlement programs for old white people who are voting as Republicans, so they like that. He's not saying he's going to cut that. He's figured out the kind of how to do the Wall Street thing, going after the hedge fund guys. By the way, real estate people hate hedge fund people, so that probably feels good to him at the same time. So strange it is you can make a little sense out of the support. Yeah. Ben Carson, though, he hasn't gotten the wall-to-wall coverage. Yeah. I mean, obviously, as the friendliest guy you could ever meet, I'm sure. I've never met him. Clearly extremely talented. I mean, if I ever need to be disjointed from a twin, I'm going to him if he comes out of retirement. So, obviously a talented and bright guy. Right. But if you go to his website and look at his policy proposals, they're hilariously skeleton-esque.
This harkens back to 2012 when you had Herman Cain, the 999 plan, you had Rick Santorum, you had Mike Huckabee. You literally had a flavor of the month where there was almost like this shuffle for the number one position. And
you think we're entering that phase?
Yeah, and here's why. The American people are screaming to the top of their lungs that they want change, that they're not comfortable with the status quo. What do I mean by that? So these household names that we know, i.e. Bush, i.e. Clinton, they're not comfortable with that. They want someone that's different. They want someone that looks like them and that just comes across as I'm fighting for you. And so it's an anti-establishment movement. Yeah. And we see that occasionally. We saw that a little bit in 2012, meaning in the primaries. We saw that in 94, throw the bums out. We saw that in 1992 with the Year of Women. The American people this is the cycle.
So is it like if you pass a certain bar of non-crazy, like, okay, we'll give you a shot for a while, and we'll put our hopes on you?
I wouldn't say that. I would say a little bit differently. I would say if it's the more outsider you are, the more reason and common sense you appear to be, the more I'm for you. And, say whatever you want about Ben Carson, but he comes across as very cerebral.
Yeah.
He definitely is. Clearly, he's never run for anything before. I don't mean that in a negative way. And so people are, and remember, Barack Obama was 37 points behind a woman by the name of Hillary Clinton this time in 2007. At the time, he was only in the United States Senate for 2 years. He was very much an outsider. So again, you have to put it in that context where the American people were saying at the time, change. I want something different. So, look, is Ben Carson going to be the Republican nominee? I don't think so. I can bet the Starbucks coffee.
Right.
I should probably say that. I can bet this coffee. I wouldn't, give
That's
the name.
fine. Brought to you by.
Well, it's a little alcohol in here.
Okay, fair enough.
But no, and seriously, the reality is that Ben Carson probably will not be our next president. But I think there's a good chance that Ben Carson perhaps maybe could run for the Senate.
That's interesting. From
Maryland.
Oh, from Maryland.
Yeah, he's from Maryland. He was at Johns Hopkins for many.
Right. He's a big deal in Baltimore.
Big time.
I mean,
he's a hero. He's a hero. He's a hero in the medical field because he's absolutely brilliant. But he's also.
I know. Wasn't he going to retire to Florida? His wife would kill him.
Well, but he's also a hero in the black community because he really, I don't know if you know a lot about his history.
Not a
but
ton, no.
He grew up poor, dirt poor. His mom, I think worked 3 jobs. She recently died to put him through college, and look at where he is now. He is someone that literally pulled himself up by his bootstrap. And again, that's something that Americans can relate to. So.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Are we going to see this is not the bootstrap person, but are we going to see a Fiorina bump after this debate, you think?
Maybe. Look, she impressed me in the last debate. She came across as very thoughtful, very articulate, very substantive. I mean, and so she's another one, right? So she's another one who's never ran for
challenged
office.
Trump on the business side.
Yeah, and she's got legitimate.
Well, she got wiped out in her Senate race.
Correct.
Against Barbara Boxer.
Correct. And I believe she ran for governor briefly.
Maybe she did.
I think she did briefly in the primary. But nevertheless, she is someone. Actually, that was Meg Whitman. But nevertheless, she's a refreshing person that's on the national scene.
Right. She's new. She's new to the scene.
I could see her as Commerce Secretary.
Easily.
I can definitely see her as an ambassadorship. So there's something.
Actually, what
there
about
for
Vice
her.
President?
I don't know. I just don't know. Remember, she's from California. So from a geographic standpoint, I don't get it. Here's my thing for the vice president thing. I think it's going to be Bush at the top of the ticket, obviously Florida, and I think it's going to be Kasich. If Kasich, meaning Ohio, so you got 2 great states.
Yeah.
If it's not Bush, then I think it's Kasich at the top of the ticket and Rubio. So you still got Florida and Ohio locked up.
So what's up with Bush? First of all, are they waking him up right now? I gotta say, the low energy thing is it's brutal, it's harsh, it's dirty, but it's effective. Because you look at him, you're like, he's kind of low energy.
Yeah, he's serious, he's thoughtful, he's very deliberative. But he doesn't come across as having the fire in the belly, and I think he's
getting sleepy. Just kind of thinking about.
Well, I totally lolowered my my voice and the tempo.
Like,
do you need a drink?
Bush.
Can I?
Yeah, what's in there?
Yeah. You don't want to know what's in here.
5-hour energy or something. to talk about Bush.
Yeah. But nevertheless, I think Jeb is going to kind of wake up to this and become the nominee. But it's a little rough.
The thing is, people need to, and I'm not a political scientist, but as I understand
you look like one.
People need to actually vote for you.
True.
At some point.
True.
For you to win.
True.
Which is the biggest stumbling block, not just for Bush, but for Clinton too. Mm-hmm. If people here in Washington and New York were just writing the script, which they think they are often, we wouldn't even bother. Yet these pesky voters, we keep looking for ways around them, yet they keep showing up on election days and caucus days. And sometimes they don't do what they're told.
True.
And they don't even tell pollsters what they're supposed to tell pollsters.
True.
I mean, what's Bush down at 6 now?
Yeah, but I think
bizarre.
Yeah, so you're down on Bush right now, right?
God, the guy, he's just so. I mean, I never thought Bush was going to be very serious. For one, that he's been out for so long. And he's always been compared to George W. Bush, and so people have always said, "Oh, he's the smart one," which not a fair comparison. But also,
I know who your guy is though.
George W. though, he's got a lot more charisma. And who's my guy?
Steve Colbert. You want Steve Colbert?
I want him to jump in there.
Yeah,
he doesn't exist anymore.
Well, that's true. I mean, but I was, maybe Steve Colbert is president and Joe Biden is his vice president.
I do wish that I'm glad Kasich's in the debate. I wish that Pataki was in the varsity debate, even though he only has 3 supporters nationwide, just so there'd be like an actual liberal in there
I see your point.
To kind of argue with people about.
I see your point. Yeah. Look, I think Jeb's going to wake up. I think he's going to become the nominee. But he's going to have to fight for it. He's a very interesting guy where, he brings a lot of diversity to the ticket and that's odd to say in
Jeb
many
Bush.
ways. Yeah.
the third Bush. We're gonna see what Jason Lincoln's makes of that thought. Whether or not George P. Bush will be our fourth and bring some diversity. Jason.
Thanks, Ryan. So we're about 10 minutes away from the main debate starting tonight. Tonight, if you have the main debate on your big screen TV, have us on your small screen. We'll be jumping in on commercial breaks for rapid fire responses to what we just seen. More stuff from me and from Ryan. And then after the debate, we'll be going a little bit late with post-debate analysis. For the time being, though, I'm joined by Lauren Weber. We're going to talk about the undercard debate that just happened. What a fortunate thing. There was no news that broke during that period of time that would have compelled CNN to pull away from the 4 dynamic individuals who performed in that debate tonight. So tell me, did anyone win?
Did anyone win? So, I went into this debate, and I really thought in the first minutes or so that Bobby Jindal came in really hot, was going to take the debate and run with it.
Because he's inspired by Donald Trump.
Because he's inspired by Donald Trump. He kind of, obviously someone told him to come in mad and really go for it.
He was throwing down Burns.
Yeah. And then Hurricane Lindsey Graham showed up to play. And it was fantastic. I believe my favorite quote from Lindsey Graham was, "When I become president, we're all going to drink more." Because really, who doesn't want to vote for someone like that?
Amazing.
The man really came in. He managed to tie everything back to foreign policy, which was the main focus of the undercard debate and supposedly the main focus of the debate to come, and really was able to kind of get his 2 cents in more than anyone else on the stage. And despite the fact that he was actually the shortest guy on the stage, which was exasperated by the fact that they had them in height order, he really appeared to be the most experienced, the most with the program, and the most ready to lead. And I think he will have, come away far and away winning the debate.
So do you think he stands a chance now of jumping up into the top tier, the way Carly Fiorina managed to get up in the top tier after the first of these undercard debates?
I do. I mean, this is all a momentum game. I mean, look, Chris Christie, Rand Paul, I think their momentum is totally going to take a landslide that's going to be hit even farther after tonight. And I think Lindsey Graham will be able to kind of capitalize, like Carly Fiorina did, on this wave into office. And right now, Lindsey Graham has run his entire campaign on his foreign policy credentials. And right now, foreign policy is a hot topic. Every other news story is about the Syrian refugee crisis. Every other news story is about ISIS. He's kind of able to ride that wave into the presidential spotlight.
Lindsey Graham, one of the kind of appealing things about Lindsey Graham maybe making it up into the top tier debate is that he has said that he wants to beat Donald Trump's brains out. That's a quote.
It would just be great. The brawl on stage, the physical brawl would be something that you and I would have a great time
Showing up as the new alpha may be the only way to finally send Donald Trump to his political dirt nap. I just want to say, not everyone thought that that there was a winner tonight. Larry Sabato, who runs the politics department at the University of Virginia, tweeted, "It was good to see these 4 candidates one last time. My own informal poll showed that the winner of tonight's debate was the plane. The plane in the background.
This is true. The plane definitely took away the debate. Like I said to Jason earlier, I don't know what CNN would have done if they had found the Malaysian plane at the same time as this debate.
At a debate like this,
really?
you could call the plane the margin of error.
You really could. You got George Pataki on stage, pretty much the margin of error is the plane.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
I want to just talk about how at the start of this undercard debate, which I did get to see because we weren't broadcasting at the time, it really seemed like the plane in the room was Donald Trump. Well, the first bunch of questions were like, so hey, you seem cool, but what about Donald Trump?
Can you talk about the front runner, please? It was incredibly ridiculous how many times the word Trump came up in this debate. It came up more, I think, than Hillary Clinton. It probably came up more than Ronald Reagan, and that was thrown around quite a lot because we were literally sitting in Ronald Reagan's library.
What would have happened if you had said drink every time?
I don't think I'd be able to speak with you right now
Fair
if
enough.
I've been playing that drinking game.
But Trump was just an obsession with the moderators tonight.
He was obsessed with the moderators, and you know why? Because it's easier for them to pick a fight with Donald Trump, who's not not on the stage than it is to pick a fight with each other. You know, it's easier to kind of pick at the front runner and kind of establish yourself as an attack dog than it is to beat down on the people with you on stage.
It didn't seem like they were at all like trying to tear each other a new one.
I think there were
There's
some
like really
there were
a lot
some
of agreement.
exchanges. There were some exchanges, like Lindsey Graham and Jindal and Lindsey Graham and Santorum really got into it. But at the end of the day, really, George Pataki didn't really get into it with anyone because he kind of disappeared.
Yeah.
You know, when the moderator is cutting you off multiple times, I feel like at that point it's just time to pack it up and go home. Like,
Yeah.
George Pataki, you should have just quit the race in the middle of the stage and left. You would have made more of a statement. We would have actually known you dropped out of the race. It would have been so much better than dragging this out for the next week or so when he hits the road.
Pataki had a moment, I think, when everyone was kind of like, had whipped it out and were trying to measure about how hard they wanted to go at Islamic fundamentalism.
Yeah.
Where Pataki mentioned he was the governor during 9/11. All right. Candidates are taking the stage right now, so we are going to peace out for the time being. Again, look for us during the commercial breaks, and after the debate, we'll be here with you for an hour. For the Huffington Post, I'm Jason Lincolns. He bookended that first block of segment with the Trump v. Fiorina thing that everyone's been hyping since Trump went after Fiorina. I think she kind of Tim Pawlenty'd it at first.
Yeah, it seemed like at the beginning everybody was waiting for her to give this really intense answer and be like, Donald Trump, you're such a jerk. And then she sort of was like, that's a question for the voters. I'm not going to say that I don't think he has the right temperament, which obviously she doesn't think he has the right temperament. And took her an hour, but she worked up the courage, and then she knocked him there at the end.
At the end. It was weird. Rand Paul, though, jumped right after him. Mm-hmm. He was the guy who, I guess, white knighted for Carly Fiorina in that instance. I have to say, like I said earlier, I missed the first debate. I have to say that with Donald Trump in that mix, it is as if a bull in a Cheese Whiz shop has gone crazy, and then when he's off the picture, it falls back into the rhythm of a normal debate, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like this time they're a little bit more prepared for what he's like in a debate, which makes sense. Of course, they were with him last time. Now they know that he's going to have those little zingers. You can tell that they all have zingers that they've rehearsed. Some of them sound a little bit more organic than others, but I'm sure that they were mostly all pre-drafted. And so I think that they are a little bit more ready to go after him, but you can tell that some of them are just frustrated that he's there. Like, everything they say is just sort of, can we go back and let's please talk about something else?
Yeah.
But I think that others have resigned themselves and they think, okay, let's make the best of this. I'm going to kind of go after him and show that I'm tough too.
It's like listening to a sort of stream of consciousness line of like insane braggadocio throughout. Okay, we're going back now to the debate. We'll be back on the next commercial break. Thanks a lot.
What the hell? So we. So look, what the hell? 3 hours?
Good Lord.
3 hours?
It's a marathon.
All right. Trump, is he getting smacked around here or not?
Well, he's getting, I mean, a lot of these questions are very purposefully designed at Donald
First
Trump.
of all,
and creating
we're
conflict.
here with Kurt Bardella, longtime GOP aide. You backing anybody?
No,
Okay.
I am neutral.
Neutral. Okay. Go ahead.
A lot of these questions are designed to create conflict driven at Donald Trump. All the candidates are being asked, Donald Trump said this about you, how do you respond? So even when he's not talking, he's still very much at the center of the debate, which is done by design. I do think it's interesting, as the conversations, though, get much more in detail, we saw this in foreign policy, Donald Trump's not saying a whole lot.
Yeah.
And I think voters are starting to see for the very first time that beyond the bravado, beyond the 30-second soundbite, there really isn't much detail there right now when you compare him to someone like Marco Rubio or Mike Huckabee or Ted Cruz or Carly Fiorina, who's clearly winning the night so far.
What about, she seems to be playing for VP, and we'll go back to that in 1 second if we have time, but Jeb Bush, his problem seems to be that people have to vote. If there wasn't any voting, there was just a coronation like with Hillary, he'd cruise right in.
Sure.
Is he doing anything that's inspiring people to say, you know what, okay, fine, I guess I can vote for that guy?
No, I don't think he's doing what he needed to do tonight, and I think that in the first 20 minutes of the debate when you saw...
How about that shush? And more energy from this
when
guy.
you saw Donald Trump
Yeah.
say that,
Yes.
it immediately shut down whatever momentum that Jeb was trying to build. And in a lot of situations, Jeb's standing there, and there's a conversation happening with Donald Trump here and another candidate over there, and he's just standing there awkwardly in the middle of it. He's not doing anything to really, I think, quell a lot of the losing momentum that he's lost in the last couple of weeks. A lot of times he's just kind of the awkward person caught in the middle of a lot of these conversations.
So Carly Fiorina, it's clearly doing a pretty good job. Her mic drop on the I'll let the women of the country, and then the weird thing of I think she's a beautiful woman. She has a beautiful face. It's just like
that's not going to play well.
And you hate Trump at that moment for like making you complicit in this weirdness that you have to witness. It's
well,
like,
Carly's had, I think, the most outstanding night out of anyone. She's cut through. She's been very concise, direct. She's made an emotional connection with her audience. She's delivered by far the most, I think, the moments you'll see replay tomorrow morning on the Today Show and throughout all the internet. She's creating a lot of buzz. And the other person, too, don't discount, is actually Ben Carson, who has this Mr. Smith goes to Washington quality that I think is working well.
Sick of Ben Carson. Can I interrupt and say nothing for a few moments?
But he does it, but he does it in such a civil. And we're back.
We're back.
Hi, welcome back. We're at another commercial. We have seen a lot of fireworks flying tonight between Donald Trump and the other candidates, but one of the more unusual moments we saw tonight just now in that last exchange was Carly Fiorina and Donald Trump talking about their business records. And then Chris Christie coming in with his own request that they both shut the hell up about the past. There is a lot of past being discussed tonight, past records, past business approaches, and of course the Iraq War still looming large. The moment where Donald Trump and Ben Carson sort of dapped each other over the Iraq War is going to be one that will probably be gift or gift, if that's what you prefer, for the rest of the week. But it's interesting to hear Ben Carson pull out of that conversation, that argument, talking about how there's a difference between muscular responses to events like 9/11 and intellectual responses to events like 9/11. Ben Carson came in tonight showing a lot of graciousness, willingness to not argue. On foreign policy, suddenly there was this kind of Harry Seldon from Foundation moment going on. We have one more section of this debate to go. It's been 3 hours. I think that possibly you're seeing why Donald Trump was so upset that the debate was going to go on for 3 hours, because as time goes on, he's tended to wither, tended to disinflate like a balloon. Of course, better men than me have predicted his demise and have come up wanting. If you have something you'd like to say about the debate, feel free to send it to us on Twitter. My Twitter handle is DCEIVER. I hope that you're still following us with us tonight. We will be back after the debate, which we believe will be in about 35 minutes, with another hour of post-debate coverage. It'll be me, Ryan Graham, our reporters, and some special guests. Again, thanks for joining us on this particular commercial break. We hope that you get to watch the rest of the debate and hope it's as entertaining, as informative as it's been so far. For the Huffington Post, I'm Jason Lincolns.
All right, welcome back to our commercial break analysis. Just here with Kurt Bardell, a longtime GOP operative. So we just witnessed Trump, who normally is busy harassing women like Joe Biden, not exactly Joe Biden style, but she's ugly, and we're not even going to repeat what he said about Megyn Kelly. He just gave a little baseball butt slap to Dr. Ben Carson.
He sure did, after what I can only describe as a rambling, incoherent response about vaccines.
Yeah. Trump did a bunch of like pro-vaxxer stuff, like saying his friends' kids got autism after getting vaccinated.
I can tell you, and I've seen this actually firsthand, the movement amongst a very small group of people that are concerned about the effect of autism and vaccines, they are very vocal. I've seen them on Capitol Hill march the halls and demand congressional hearings.
There's some in Iowa,
to that.
am I right?
Yeah, I mean he's
Iowa
clearly
would be a place where there's a lot of homeschooling in Iowa.
Right.
There's a lot of kind of distrust of kind of central authority there.
Playing off of the paranoia of big government vaccines.
Do you have that paranoia in New Hampshire too? Like, could this be?
I don't think so.
It's more Iowa.
I do think that as going to Dr. Ben Carson, who, as he said, is an okay doctor,
right.
kind of put that to bed a little bit there.
Right, but then he pretended that Carson backed him up and gave him a little
butt pat, which that'll be a GIF tomorrow morning for sure.
Yes, that was weird. So on Twitter, what are and from the conservatives that you're hearing from, what are they saying about who's ahead at this point? Who really did what they needed to do and who didn't?
Well, you're seeing Carly Fiorina across the board is getting the most play right now. Universally recognized as someone who took a big step forward tonight. Scott Walker is someone who needed to do something in this debate, something memorable, something to reestablish himself in that top tier. He hasn't really had that moment so far. Ted Cruz, when he has talked about conservative issues, and he's been the most consistent voice, really playing to the conservative primary voters all night long. He's established himself, kind of separated himself from if the Mike Huckabee, Rick Santorum, that crowd. Cruz has emerged. Jeb, I think, has done. He's been consistent. I don't think that he's done anything extraordinary. I don't think that he's done anything that will stop the questions about whether or not he can be the quote-unquote establishment alternative to a Donald Trump or a Ben Carson.
Getting shut down by Trump was pretty tough.
And Rubio has really done a lot in that space. As we go back to the debate.
And here we're back.
All right, folks, we are back. Second debate is in the books. I'm Jason Lincolns. I'm joined once again, Kurt Bardella, also Paige Cunningham from the Washington Examiner. This begins our post-debate breakdown, and I think that we're all sort of in agreement that, man, 3 hours, that is a long time to have to do this, right?
Oh yeah, I was like kind of getting tired even in the second hour, so I don't imagine like how the candidates were doing. It was sort of an endurance race, really. I mean, and it was interesting to see how the candidates kind of ebbed and flowed. I mean, the candidates that were doing really well in the first hour, you didn't hear from some of them in the third hour. So I think it was long enough for every person to kind of get their voice out there, but it was really hard to maintain momentum through the entire thing.
Yeah, you start to sundown there toward the end and stuff.
Well, I think when you have 11 candidates, and the reality is you're going to have 30 minutes between hearing from one person and maybe somebody else before they get back into the rotation.
Yeah.
But 3 hours is just too long. I think it'll be really interesting to see in the next few days what the numbers were for the audience if they tailed off significantly after like hour number 2, which I think they probably did. I mean, how many people really sat through the entire debate that didn't have to like us?
Well, ultimately, if that's true, that might be good for our current frontrunner, Donald Trump, because we were talking at one break about how just brutal this long debate was for him in particular, having jumped out. Like I said, when the debate started, and I had not seen the first debate, so I didn't have any basis to judge what it's like to have Donald Trump in a debate, and it was legitimately crazy and weird, and I didn't have my bearings right. But his balloon did tend to deflate right about the 90-minute mark, 2-hour mark.
The first half of this debate really was more about Donald Trump, and I think that was done by design by CNN. You had a lot of questions that were phrased about Donald Trump said this about you, how do you respond? It created a natural way for him to be part of the debate. Even if he wasn't talking himself, he was still being talked about. But as you saw the conversation move, particularly when it got into foreign policy and a lot more detail on policy, he kind of withdrew. And there was a period of like 35 minutes where he didn't say anything, which is fairly unprecedented for him. And I think that long format really drew out that beyond just the bombastic 25-second soundbite that he's very, very good at, there wasn't a whole lot there after that.
At the same time, I wonder if it wasn't as good for Trump if viewers trailed off. If that also maybe wasn't a great thing for Bush and for Christie, people who didn't do as well perhaps at the beginning. You saw Bush really kind of struggle with some of his answers. He struggled in responding to Trump. But he looked stronger near the end, especially when they were talking about foreign policy, about immigration. He was able to talk about education a little bit more. Christie got a lot more airtime in the last half of it, but yeah, if viewers trailed off, then it'll be interesting to kind of see, where that was and kind of what that means for the candidates.
There's a thing too that you have to keep an eye on. Tomorrow morning, when you turn on Good Morning America, the Today Show, all the post coverage, the one clip that everybody is going to see is when Carly Fiorina talked to Donald Trump about the comment that he had made about her appearance, and she just shut that down.
Yeah.
That is a spot that you're going to see played over and over in the next 24 hours. And a lot of people who may not have watched the whole debate, may have watched a little bit of it here and there, they're going to come away knowing that moment happened.
I talked about how I felt she mishit that chance, the first chance in the moment at the top of the debate. She definitely came back around to it. And she also had a lot of nice moments after that. I think there was an interesting turning point tonally in the debate, especially with Donald Trump, when we got into the question of Russia. And he didn't have any real idea what he was talking about. And he, from behind that balustrade of braggadocio, he was suddenly exposed as someone who hadn't really thought deeply about it at all. And then Marco Rubio followed on top of that, his best moment. But then Fiorina, I mean, she was really strong on that question.
Oh, she was. Well, and I think that moment, like you said, really exposed Trump. But what I thought was really notable is how you didn't see the candidates try to expose him further and jump all over that. I mean, when he was asked a question about Putin in Syria, basically his answer was just get along. And that was kind of the extent of it. And that was really, I think, a missed opportunity for a lot of the candidates that are stronger on foreign policy to really draw that out and to emphasize that. And you're right, Fiorina, I think, was probably the strongest on that question. She was ready with a lot of specifics. She's clearly done her homework. And I think she probably, in my opinion, was the one person who was probably able to shine through the whole 3 hours. I think she did a pretty good job, with a few exceptions, of like keeping that momentum going.
I felt she was very well prepared. And I'll just say that a few days ago, Howard Fineman and I did a segment talking about how people should deal with Trump, the skunk at the garden party. And I made the argument that I thought it would be really interesting if Fiorina actually took him on as far as business acumen goes. And Howard said that's a bad idea. What Trump does is he preys on people's insecurities. He'll needle her and move her off any confident point she has to say. But I think, Howard semi-convinced me at the moment, but now I'm ready to say I think I was right.
Well, I think you were too, and I think that one thing that you have to calculate in this is that Carly is the only woman in this race. And I think that how you interact with her versus how you react to a Jeb Bush, Ben Carson, Rand Paul, Ted Cruz, it has to be very different. And there's a danger of being perceived if you take her on, especially someone like Donald Trump, of coming off as condescending, of saying something that can be really used against you in the context that Carly did tonight. Of, every woman knew what you meant when you said that, which pretty much shut Trump down at that point. She had a huge inherent advantage there, and I think that she attacked that exactly the way that she should, with precision, while also smacking him down. She didn't dwell on Donald Trump. She made her point, but then went back to her story and talked about why she was running and what she brought to the table, and made it ultimately about her. And she had the most standout performance of anybody in this debate, did herself the most good of anyone up there. I think Rubio, too, actually had a really good night.
Well, when you compared, just going back to that, when you compared the way that she criticized Trump versus Bush's attempts, I mean, he tried to bring up the casino thing in Florida, totally fell flat. Yeah. And then Fiorina just hit it out of the park later on in the debate and really pinged him. What is keeping Bush from being able to actually face this guy and win those moments? I kind of got the sense that Bush and some of the other candidates, like Rubio perhaps, don't take him seriously still, or at least don't want to appear as though they're taking him seriously. Bush almost looked amused sometimes. I mean, Trump gave them he insulted Spanish speakers, he repeated bogus science about vaccines, and yet he was hardly criticized on those things. So I mean, the calculation may be that they think there's enough time still for him to sink in the polls, and they just don't want to look as though they're really that concerned about him or taking him that seriously.
I think Jeb's best moment might have been when he brought his wife into the conversation and kind of called on Trump to apologize to her. That you saw the very best of Jeb right there. And I think that he's made the calculation that it's just not worth getting into the mud with Donald Trump. That's not a fight you may not win. Ultimately, you tell candidates, play to your strength. Jeb's strength is to look presidential, to look like a statesman who can get something done and be the grown-up in the room. That's his brand. That's what, if he's going to win the primary as well as the general, he's going to have to stick to that. Getting into a schoolyard fight with a brash, and sophomore character isn't going to do him any good in the long run.
I've always sort of felt that Jeb Bush, maybe like few politicians, has this immense sensitive side. And I think that it does him really no good in a street fight with Donald Trump. I think Donald Trump recognizes that he is a sensitive guy who wants to connect with people. We're talking about a guy who tries to return email to everyone who writes him, a guy who sort of really faced down the prejudice and owned his own family and his marriage, someone who got his daughter through addiction. These are the kind of things where I thought Bush would come with a sensitive side, with a shared vocabulary with a lot of Americans, a lot of ordinary people. Donald Trump has taken one of Jeb Bush's great strengths, just balled it up and thrown it in the garbage.
Well, I think, too, if you look at the bigger picture, when you look at the role of a vice president on a ticket, it's to be the attack dog. And the person who showed that they can do that very effectively was Carly Fiorina. And you're going to see, I think, a lot of conversation about if she isn't going to be the person who gets the nominee, she just showed why she should be on the ticket.
One other person I think that did kind of distinguish themselves in that respect was Walker. He really launched an attack at Trump pretty early on in the debate, and then I think he did a pretty good job of gaining more airtime, which was kind of the thing that he needed to do. His name recognition isn't very good. He's obviously been really struggling since the first debate, and I think he gave, like, of sort of the underdog candidates, he gave a little bit of a better performance than I was expecting tonight.
What is keeping Walker down? I feel like a fool, man, because I figured him as a major contender. And maybe it's still early, and maybe I've fallen prey to everyone's, sucker punch with the polls, and I should just calm down, wait for the adults to show up in January, and maybe see my prediction bearing out. But I really thought Walker would very quickly sort of solidify a good position in this race, demonstrate the ability to sort of bring a broad coalition of Republicans together. Instead, he's really struggled to just define himself day in and day out. No one's been preying on him or picking on him like they maybe could, but he's ripe for the plucking if someone wants to do it. I think
that Walker, when you look at the field right now, 40 to 50% of the Republican primary voters right now are backing either Trump or Carson. Those people, ideologically, from a conservative side, were voters that Walker was banking on being there for him. And I thought one of the most effective lines of the night really was when Trump pointed out, "You're presiding over a state that has this multi-billion-dollar shortfall." When people found out about that in Iowa, he went from first to the bottom tier, and that has actually happened. And I think a lot of that really is the conservatives that Walker was counting on, who stood with him when he was being recalled in Wisconsin. They've gone to Trump and Carson, and to a certain extent even Cruz.
How did Carson acquit himself tonight? What do you guys think about that?
Carson?
Yeah.
I felt like it was more of the same from him that we've kind of seen. He was very hesitant to do any attacking. He talked a lot about his record as a neurosurgeon. He didn't really show policy chops, but he wasn't really exploited for that either by the other candidates. And I was kind of surprised on the whole question of vaccines. That probably would have been his best chance to kind of attack Trump. And he kind of, he was like very careful not to kind of there at the end. So I don't know. I honestly don't know how he's going to do in the polls after tonight.
I think that if you came into this debate and you liked Ben Carson, you came out of it still liking him. He kind of has this Mr. Smith goes to Washington quality about him that with all the chest thumping and bravado and theater that you see from Donald Trump, the person right next to him is the exact opposite of that.
Yeah.
And I think that can be very appealing, and that can just the temperament that he brings to the table can stand out much more because he's not trying to do something. He's not trying to have a moment. He's not trying to overreach. He's a very genuine, authentic person. He presents himself that way.
Yeah.
And I think that kindness, that genuine kindness, is why no one really wanted to attack the guy, because it just wouldn't look very good. And I think they genuinely like him, actually.
You can almost tell that among
there's
the
a
other
real
candidates.
camaraderie, and feeling for him. And I think the challenge for Carson, and you hit on this, he didn't show a lot of depth in policy, and at some point that Mr. Smith quality will fall into the naivety. And whether or not you have the chops to do this, to be the commander-in-chief. But if you came into it liking him, you still do.
Let's talk about Chris Christie. I think Chris Christie ended the debate pretty well tonight. I think that his discussion of being appointed prosecutor by Jeb Bush, living through September 11th in the region, powerful stuff. But prior to that, I really think that he was just out there with a wiffle ball bat swinging. I'm talking about a guy who made a big deal 4 years ago about getting along with Obama. Now he's throwing him through the dirt. We're talking about a guy who made a big deal about how many friends he had, the Democratic Party in New Jersey, and his run up to being reelected. Tonight he's calling them crazy. And he jumped into that fight between Fiorina and Trump. Maybe it was a good thing when he said, guys, no one cares about your business record. I mean, maybe he's speaking for somebody. But it was just weird that he just sort of like jumped in there and was like, I'll be the guy to shut this down.
Christie has struck me a lot of times as someone who is still kind of defining himself and is not really sure what kind of candidate he is. He's really struggled with likability. People generally know who he is more than some of the other governors, but I think sort of his appeal to this is about the American people and trying to turn it back was maybe part of that, trying to increase his likability. I think one policy area where he really could distinguish himself from the other candidates is entitlement reform. Entitlement reform polls pretty high among Republicans is something that would be important. It hasn't really been talked a lot about in the race.
He's kind of dipped the toe in a few months ago.
He did, and he's really been the only candidate who's spent more time talking about that, has a plan, and he did bring it up tonight. But I think he could have used that a little bit more to his advantage to try to distinguish himself from the other candidates.
I think Christie did better tonight than I expected, but that said, he really didn't do enough to break through either, and he's competing in a space that's occupied really by Jeb Bush, Scott Walker, and John Kasich. And with those people taking up that oxygen, that governor oxygen that you bring to the table, it's just going to be next to impossible for him to break through.
I'm sorry.
And I was going to say, Kasich, I think, he's a moderate, and he just it seems as though he's very comfortable in that space. That is the space that he occupies. Christie
wants to prove governing is possible.
Right, and
thesis.
Right, and Christie, on the question when I think Tapper tried to nail him on Planned Parenthood defunding and whether he thinks that Republicans should push that and potentially, he wouldn't answer the question.
Yeah.
And I think, in a way that kind of makes him look weak. I mean, he should kind of take one position or the other and kind of look like strong on it, like he actually is decisive, but I think he's very afraid to kind of do that.
It's so strange because that's like Christie's thing, being the straight talking guy who tells reporters to sit down and shut up, and for him to dodge a pretty black and white question seemed really out of character for him and his brand.
I think we're all agreed Fiorina probably the big winner tonight. Anyone headed for a drop in a little kids debate?
Well, I mean, Walker was already getting perilously close to that. Rand Paul, too, I don't think really broke through in any substantial way. He's getting perilously close to that as well, and Huckabee.
Yeah. What do you think?
I think I would agree with that probably. I actually don't think Cruz did that well. You kind of heard the same lines from him. He didn't get a lot of time to talk at the beginning of the debate. I don't think he did a great job of making sure he got space in the debate. I don't necessarily think he's going to fall off, but I don't think it was great for him.
I do think that on one of the most important issues to Republican primary voters, the issue of immigration, I think Cruz probably scored some points there, and that might help him just amongst that very specific group of folks.
All right. Well, we're going to kick it now to Samantha Jo Roth. She has filed this from a Ben Carson watching party.
Well, good evening from Ben Carson's debate watch party here in Iowa. We've got about 30 people here behind me who are here cheering on Ben Carson. I've spoken to many of them, and I've made some observations. Some of them are calm, cool, and collected. Similar demeanor of Carson himself. Another interesting observation we've made here. Many of these people have been following Carson for over 3 years, saw him speak at the prayer breakfast, and have been hooked on him ever since. As we know, Carson has been rising in the polls here in Iowa and has been a hit among evangelical voters. So we spoke with people here about Carson, about how he's doing, and here's what they had to say.
Okay, it's hard to say how Dr. Carson's done because the CNN format doesn't hardly allow him to speak. The format seems to be guided towards those who are way down in the polls, and they seem to be ignoring those who are high in the polls. I thought he done very well, and he says it the way he feels it from the heart, and very impressed.
He is so refreshing because it's been a long time since we've had a politician that's been willing to agree to disagree on a gentlemanly basis. He doesn't demean his opposition. He won't run them down. He's been baited constantly in interviews by the press to try and say something bad about people, and he won't do it.
It was a lot of different ages, a lot of different races. He brought in a lot of different people, and a lot of people gravitated towards him. I know people there that were Democrats that were there. They were just listening, and you might not get that at other candidates. And it was just a lot of fun atmosphere, fun energy, and they listened to his speech. And they might not have agreed with every single word that they said, but they walked away with a smile on their face, and they said, he's a good, honest man. And I think they respect that about him.
A lot of people are liking him. A lot of people at my school actually know a lot about him. My teachers know a lot, and I talk about him all the time. So, getting the word out.
Strikes you. Candidates on both
All right,
sides.
so Ben Carson supporters loved them some Ben Carson.
How could you not?
What's
the object to?
Well, the part I would object to is you've got some heated debate going on, and he says, Jake, can I just interject here with a bunch of word salad and nonsense, but spoken slowly and with apparent passion?
Yeah, but isn't that like defining 75% of the debate sort of words out? I guess, he's so innocent in some ways that he distinguishes himself from the entire field because he goes out of his way not to be bombastic.
Wants his mom on the $10 bill.
Yeah, that was really kind.
And,
it's just even like when the topic turned to vaccinations, and he's this world-renowned neurosurgeon, but he's a doctor, you know. And he like couldn't bring himself to be like, no, Donald Trump, you're a moron. It doesn't cause.
I know. He went in. He went in for the let's space him out. And
He's like,
Don't worry
you know,
about
I've seen some studies, and those studies suggest strongly that there's no relation.
And then Trump gave him the butt pat. Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw the butt pat.
Oh.
Defining physical moment of the debate, probably.
So let's talk about Jeb Bush.
Yes.
How long? First of all, he clearly took a nap.
I hope so.
A 5-hour energy, a pro vigil. You know,
A Four Loco.
Four Loco. He came in there ready, and I feel like was Trump working with material there when he did the? Oh, this guy's high energy. Or do you think that was spontaneous? Because, man, he came in there high energy and then shut him down, and he went back to the old low energy Jeb Bush.
Well, it's so obvious that the high energy insult is like deeply bothering Jeb. I'm like not even a subconscious
level. You can see him at night
level.
tossing and turning.
God, I am gonna get so high energy.
I'm gonna be so tired tomorrow.
But you know, it's like, how can you prove your high energy when you have you have to wait for 10 other people to speak, and then you get maybe 15 minutes total. I mean, I don't really know. I'm really low energy right now.
Yeah.
3 hours of that can drain the strongest man.
Well, talking about Bush can make you low energy, so let's not do it for terribly longer. But we do have to discuss him in the sense that he's the $100 million man.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah.
The problem for him is the same problem that Hillary Clinton has, that there are these annoying caucuses and primaries where voters have to show up and confirm the choice of the $100 million people. And so far, they are stubbornly refusing, much more loudly in the case of Bush, but also in the case of Clinton. So how does he get around the fact that nobody claims they're ever going to vote for him?
Money, Ryan.
Money?
Spend that money.
Give them money.
It literally could be. That would be one effective way. I mean, it's probably illegal, but
it'd be cheaper.
But
than what he's gonna have to do.
The next step is to just buy tons of ads. And I had a Bush advisor say, don't trust anything heading into tonight's polling and all that stuff, because I mean, it's true. They're going to spend so much more money on television ads, and as we all know, that's very persuasive still. And so it's it may seem like a bit of a longer prayer in this cycle than in cycles past, but until he actually does start spending all that cash, I just don't know if we can really definitively say that he's done or no longer the front runner.
So Fiorina, people are talking about her as picking up a lot of ground here.
Yeah,
she made up a bunch of stuff.
What do you think she made up?
A lot of the Planned Parenthood stuff was made up. I don't know what she's talking about with this bizarre thing about the military that she memorized. We need this many ships and this many brigades, and okay, we get it.
It felt very Cold War-ish, right? We're gonna put bombs in Germany. We're gonna send the naval fleet down the straits or something.
That was a little weird. And she said, the guy who orchestrated my firing, took out a full-page ad in the New York Times saying that.
He was wrong.
I'm a terrific CEO. Yeah. Well, actually, her super PAC took that ad out.
Yeah.
But it did quote him.
It did quote him. Yeah.
So whatever. But anyway, she did the mic drop. Women all across the country heard exactly what Trump said. I thought she delivered it better than I did because she's Carly and I'm not. But she did quite the drop on that. And then all Trump had was this gross and weird. She's
good looking. Yeah. What would you expect from Trump? He could. What was he going to say?
I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, I don't think it's in his DNA to apologize.
He said he will one day when he's wrong.
Yeah, but he hasn't been that yet. Right. Clearly, I'm struggling to figure out sort of how much traction she gets out of this. On one hand, she's everything that the Republican base seems to want, which is incredibly strong, forceful. A very capable attack dog, whether it's at Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton, which is the majority of the time.
And for all the Republicans talk about identity politics, they play a lot of it themselves. And I think they'd love to have a woman on the ticket.
Oh, I totally agree. I mean, the suspicion has always been that, she's there in part to neutralize Clinton's gender advantage, assuming that she's not running on her own accord, which I think is wrong. I think she actually does think she can be president. But, so yeah, you're right. They do, despite decrying it, do play identity politics. Everyone does. But, it's it reminds me of how in 2012, all these candidates had their moments And it was fine so long as they weren't scrutinized.
Right.
And then suddenly they're scrutinized, and it becomes a big
I think
problem.
we're entering that phase.
Yeah, because you saw Bloomberg did this piece on her, how Hewlett-Packard had business in Iran during her tenure. The whole
And the Yale
Hewlett-Packard
Law School, the head of the Yale Business School,
Yeah.
savaging.
I mean, the Hewlett-Packard tenure is bad. It's like it's not a good thing. I would say among the candidates on the stage, she's really not been scrutinized like the others. And Trump's proven that it doesn't really matter, at least for him.
Trump rules.
But I don't know if that's true.
What about Scott Walker? Is he done?
Oh, I don't know. What do you think?
I
You
mean,
keep asking me questions.
Yeah.
Why don't I ask you the question? Do you think he's done?
I mean, Scott Walker. I think.
Why do you think he's done?
Well, I think first of all he had too big of an image to fill.
You think the expectations were too
he
high,
was he was this huge guy this Goliath who was just took down all the teachers' unions. He was going to slash his way through ISIS the same way.
Yeah.
Just look out.
Yeah, he actually made that analogy, right?
If ISIS tries to occupy the Capitol in Madison, he's going to stand there firm. Talking to the guy that he thinks are the Koch brothers. And when you see him in person, it's a little underwhelming. I think the same is true with Chris Christie, who he seemed almost.
So you're arguing it seems like there is something to the process of running for president that kind of weans out the good from the bad in terms of
or at least in their case, I think the one guy that still has a path to the nomination, and if everything lines up for him, is Ted Cruz, and I think he did well in this. His plan is to stay close to Trump, but not too close that he gets
and just
torched.
hope like the implosion happens and he picks up some of the
and that it
parts.
happens like right after New Hampshire, and then he wins South Carolina, and then he sweeps the South when they have that big march southern.
Yeah.
And then boom, all of a sudden,
holy
people don't
shit!
have time. Whoa!
Oh my God!
Ted Cruz.
We end up with Cruz.
Ted Cruz.
That's sort of like
and I think that's his plan.
That's like a sprinter who just stays right behind the lead runner until the guy runs out of gas, basically.
Yes, but he's hoping the guy just has a heart attack. What do they call that? Drawing an inside straight.
It's like following someone's wake, basically.
Yeah, and it's like I think it's a smart play for him because he doesn't have anything else.
True. And I think it's just so funny that we've been, for 7 years now, we've been hearing like, oh, how egregious that Barack Obama thought that, a couple years of Senate experience was enough to run for the president. This guy was a fool. Right. And then like Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio are just like, it's my time. It's like, and Marco Rubio tonight was hilarious when he was talking about how, explaining his absenteeism from the Senate, how awful an institution it is, and how the reason he's missing all these votes is because he can't stand it, and that's why he's running for president. I was like, well, one, you shouldn't have run for it then, and two, you can quit now. No one's like, no one is saying you have to serve simultaneously. Like, you can drop out any second you want.
That's impressive civil disobedience, not showing up for your votes.
Yeah, as if it was a virtue to not show up at your job. He made it one. It was kind of impressive.
At least he showed up and stood there for 3 hours. One thing we did learn: 3 hours is an awfully long.
Oh my God, I get that it's ratings gold, but there's an inhumanity to it, I think, and I feel bad for the people in the audience because sitting in a chair for 3 hours is just brutal. Your butt hurts after a while. It's not right.
And for more on this inhumanity and butt hurt, we're gonna go to Jason Lincoln's now.
All right, we're back. We're here now with Ali Watkins and Akbar Ahmed, and that means we're probably going to talk about foreign policy and sad stuff. But I wanted to start. In the last segment I did, we talked about how there was a weird tonal shift, especially where Donald Trump was concerned when the conversation turned to Russia tonight, and Donald Trump said what I would generously describe as some vague nonsense about Russia, and it opened a door, and sailing through that door came Marco Rubio and Carly Fiorina. What do you guys think about that moment tonight?
I think Fiorina did better than Rubio on that, which is really surprising. I mean, Rubio is on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. He's been very vocal about Putin in Ukraine. What Trump did was he said, Putin is someone whose respect I want to win. And I think the error there is saying that Putin is someone who is a good actor. Fiorina was very good about saying, Putin is not a good actor. I don't want to talk to him. Here's who I think are good actors. Rubio didn't even make that link. Rubio just said, I don't like Putin. This is what Putin's vision of the Middle East is. It's not pro-American. I don't want to do it.
Putin made some bold predictions about what's going to happen, though. I mean, he basically predicted that in the coming weeks, Russia would be way up in Syria, way up in Egypt, completely now being the guiding hand of transforming the Middle East. What's the realistic time frame there? Is that realistic, what he's saying?
I don't think it's realistic. I don't think the Russians have the capacity. They're projecting a capacity they don't have. They've had to transfer units from Luhansk, like eastern Ukraine, where they're fighting a war, to Syria. And that's crazy. They don't have the kind of, that they can be stretched across the world the way America is ramping up both in Europe and in the Middle East. So I think it's a lot of bluster, and that's where Fiorina and Rubio really showed that they know what's going on by saying, look, Trump, like, you might buy this bluster of Putin's, we don't buy it.
So I was just so much of the Russian strategy and kind of the Russian influence, really, when it comes to the foreign policy discussion, is this bravado and kind of this, regardless of what the actions are, there's this fear that Russia is this giant country with all these resources. Who are they going to annex next?
Right, yeah, sure.
So it's kind of this like giant threat out there, and people know that by evoking that. But I agree that Trump kind of there were two very different ways to play with Russia, and Trump took one way, and Fiorina took a very strong stance on the other side of the coin, and Rubio was just kind of like, meh.
Let's talk a little bit about ISIS and what people said about ISIS. I'll start by saying that John Kasich thinks that we have not sufficiently called out ISIS. So tonight, I'm calling you out, ISIS. You're not good. You're not cool. I don't like you. So there you go, ISIS. Suck on that. But apart now I've done what John Kasich wants all Americans to do, call out ISIS. What did you hear tonight as far as strategy against ISIS? Obviously, in this setting, we learned that Barack Obama is the person who turned loose ISIS. And some people talked about disengagement, and I think there's a credible case to be made that Obama could be faulted for some disengagement in the region, especially in Iraq, especially with the Iraqi government. What do you guys think about what we heard tonight about how we stop ISIS?
I think on Iraq, the person who was really interesting was Scott Walker, who vaguely said, I will remove the political restrictions on American forces in Iraq.
Right. The context of this is that Tapper said, you said you wanted 3,000 troops.
Right.
Earlier, Lindsey Graham said that you're not credible if you're not talking 10,000 troops in two places. So are you not credible? And he said
there are presently 3,000 troops. So there are already 3,100 troops approved by Obama. And he said, I will remove the restrictions. We don't know what that means. And it boils down to what are Americans able to do in Iraq? Like, does he want a combat role for these troops? Does he want them to be calling in airstrikes and be in the field? Obama has been very clear that they are not going to be in the field. They are only going to be in bases, training the Iraqis. That's it. And I think Walker left a lot of room for confusion about what his position was. The person who I also think was really funny about ISIS was Rand Paul, who came out and said Saudi Arabia was at the root of a lot of extremism in the region. That's factually correct. That's not something an American president can say. And, there was talk about oil independence for the U.S. That's not going to happen, in any time frame where the U.S. can completely disengage from Saudi Arabia. So it was sort of surprising that Rand Paul said, here's the problem, it's our friends.
I think something that particularly struck me when you kind of look broadly at all the bluster around ISIS in this debate is that you have a lot of posturing going on, but I think with all of the strategies that were kind of laid out, you see a real lack of reality. And obviously you expect that at the stage we're at in the election cycle, but just kind of this disconnect. The Saudi Arabia comment was so bizarre. I mean, regardless of its factual basis, let alone a sitting senator who would have access to that kind of information. It was shocking to see him take that kind of position. But I think, broadly, it touches on a question that is still coming up now, 8 years after the question came up when Obama was elected in 2008, and we're coming in, post-Bush years, and we're dealing with this question of Iraq and disengagement, and how do we choose the conflicts there? And I'm trying to remember. I mean, there was so much foreign policy bluster. It might have been Rubio or Christie, maybe, but someone was talking about kind of the concept of, how do we pick the fights we get involved in, and kind of how the past 8 years, if not 20 years, have shown that the U.S.'s involvement has often led to more destabilization than resolve there. Yeah, there was a lot of talk about how that we've kind of engaged with these secular governments and worked very hard to overthrow these secular governments, and what we do is then fail to follow through and create a vacuum that we see, an ISIS come in.
And the really interesting part is that no one made the case for U.S. engagement in the Middle East.
No,
and that's why Rand
that was
Paul,
very interesting.
who was like consistently, even when it was wrong and not like maybe what policy should have been, kept being non-intervention.
How would you define engagement? What kind of engagement would you expected out of
like no one said, and I could have seen this in Republican.
Because some people said let's build coalitions.
Right, but no one said like ISIS is crucifying people and like recruiting capturing sex slaves. No one drew a specter and then said America's job is to deal with that specter. And I was surprised to not see that because I think that is something you could have gotten into very clearly. So they weren't making a case for like the moves or the like expansion of force that they want to do. They weren't telling us why we need to do it. And that I thought was sort of surprising, and we didn't see that from really anyone. Maybe Marco Rubio, he said, the world's a dangerous place, this is terrible. We didn't hear a lot of like why Americans should want these people to care about the Middle East.
I thought there was some interesting talk on Syria, kind of a mention of, I think it might have been Trump, honestly, who said, if we had bombed Damascus, or actually, sorry, I shouldn't give Trump credit for this. Yeah, it was Rand Paul.
Yeah.
If we had bombed Damascus when the red line was crossed, who's to say that ISIS would not now be holding control of Syria? So it was interesting to me to see that.
Well, there's always been this popular notion that there were moderates on the ground who would get armed and trained.
But you kind of associate like the Republican Party in general with just this hawkish like attack, engage, and you really saw I thought you saw a more measured, like, maybe we don't, we need to be more careful about how and where we intervene, which was interesting to me.
Ben Carson touched on that too, is downright Harry Seldon-esque at times when he talked about how sometimes we need to engage intellectually and not muscularly with these crises. I don't know how well that's going to play with the people watching the debate tonight. The last time we talked with Kurt and Paige, we sort of came to a general agreement that if you like Ben Carson going in, you probably like him going out. That was the one moment where I think that he either gave people something to think about or something really major to object to. Because Chris Christie was there saying, no, you got to hit him, got to hit back, got to beat him like a piñata. Anything in particular besides what we talked about stand out tonight, foreign policy-wise, what people said? Anything that was just like really good point, really weird off-base point?
Something that, as someone who covers in kind of the intel side of foreign policy, something that's bugged me so far is that there's been very little talk about just even generally what the candidates feel when it comes to covert action. It's very easy to say we're not going to engage overtly, we're not going to engage militarily. We're not engaging militarily.
That kind of matters when we talk about how many troops we have in these places.
Yeah, exactly. And technically, we're not engaged militarily anyway, but yet we're
Yemen,
killing, hundreds and hundreds and thousands of people covertly. So I hope that starts to become part, if this is going to truly be a foreign policy election, and we're going to start talking more about that, that's a really important piece of this puzzle that is just not being talked about.
Do you think this becomes a foreign policy election?
I think we're there.
That's worse because I think, and what they didn't touch on tonight, I think a couple of candidates did, but what they didn't is Afghanistan is going to go to hell before this election plays out.
You think so?
American troops are going to leave in December. The election is in November. It's already getting so much worse, and all the Afghans, as the American drawdown continues prior to December 2016, it's going to get worse and worse and worse.
And the Obama administration has kind of shown that they're kicking the can until November 2016.
It's going to be really bad. And even with drones, it's like shocking that there's no originality in thought across the board. Bernie Sanders notably said a couple of weeks ago, and this makes sense from a sense that he comes from super liberal base, hated the Iraq War, hate the idea of American intervention, but he said, drones are great. We will covertly use drones. In some cases, they are important and efficient and effective, which is not what American intelligence officials say. Like Michael Flynn has come out, the former DIA head, saying drones create more terrorists.
Right.
And that's shocking to me.
But as far as, foreign policy election, Akbar and I have talked about this quite a bit. I don't think by any means it's the dominating topic, but I think that this is an interesting foreign policy election for, you had
in the 2008 election, you had the issue of Iraq and Afghanistan, and those were the big foreign policy issues. And you could make the case that that was a foreign policy election. But I think this time around is more interesting because you're seeing just way more broadly, discussion of foreign policy, not just the Middle East, but Russia, China,
Europe,
cyber
Arctic.
warfare, Europe, the Arctic, like all these different foreign policy things that everyone's like, oh, maybe we should talk about American. It's common knowledge among the intelligence community and in the intelligence beat in general that the Middle East is one of the relatively lesser threats. It's a pressing issue because we're engaged, but China and Russia, yeah. And so the fact that those topics are coming up, and we're starting to look outside of that one targeted trouble region, I think makes it a very compelling foreign policy election.
Is the next president going to have to deal with ISIS primarily as an entrenched secular governing force, or are they going to deal with ISIS as the people who are creating this illuminated, crazy religious caliphate?
I think that the expansion of the drone war into Syria, which is something the Washington Post uncovered earlier this month, is a really key moment for that. Because the expansion of the drone war says the U.S. feels like it doesn't want to destroy ISIS as it stands. It wants to destroy specific individuals within ISIS. And that's scary because that says to me the next president in 2017 is going to accept ISIS control of some territory as a fait accompli and say the people who are really threats to the U.S. we will take out. Otherwise, we don't really know what we're going to do here. So that's my read of kind of where that's going, and it doesn't seem to be getting better anytime soon.
There was some talk today about arming Kurdish forces. Is that something that's a complete non-starter, given Turkey's position on all of this, especially Turkey's position as a member of NATO, right?
I have a lot of feelings about this.
Oh, you do?
I do.
All right, well, maybe we should save it for another time, because we're actually being asked to kick it back over. I believe we are going to kick it to Ryan Grimm. Over to you, Ryan.
All right, well, thank you for that long back and forth about foreign policy, which we very much appreciated, no doubt. So I'm here now with no, I'm kidding. These are some of the smartest minds of our generation. Well, not my generation.
The
like half
next
my age.
generation.
Yeah. So I'm here now with Liz Mayer, longtime Republican strategist, former aide advisor to Carly Fiorina during her 2010 run.
And also worked very closely with her in 2008. And I still consider her.
What'd she do in 2008?
She was very involved with a lot of the McCain stuff.
That's right. She was,
Yeah, I can't remember what her exact title was at the RNC. Right now, it's too late at night for me to have that in mind, but I want to say it was like Victory Chairman or something to that effect. And for full disclosure, I do consider her to be a friend and kind of a mentor also. So.
What's her email style?
What's her email?
A lot of like you for you.
I don't think she kind of goes
a lot of lowercase
to that
or
limit, but I think much like myself, she tends to send very like abbreviated things.
All subject line.
I wouldn't go that far.
No,
I do that.
Yes,
I
do
do
too.
that.
It's very annoying.
You know I do.
Yes.
And I apologize if it's annoying.
No.
But I do find it.
People.
I
don't
find
mind
it
at all.
efficient.
It is. I don't even have to open
so,
it and I can
read
it.
No, that's right. Yeah, exactly. That's the whole idea.
Yeah.
That's the whole point.
So people are talking a lot about her and her performance. She got an awful loud applause for talking about harvesting brains, which was kind of a weird moment. But in general, she delivered a forceful performance, a mic drop moment on Donald Trump.
Yes.
Which left him as on his heels as I have ever seen him in this campaign.
Yeah.
She said...
Apart from perhaps in the spin room afterwards, where I just found his performance completely perplexing, actually, but also somewhat...
How so?
I don't know how much of it you watched, but he seemed...
With Jake Tapper?
He just seemed like sort of about 10% as sort of egotistical and narcissistic as he usually is, which is probably still to say that for your average person, he'd still come off as being reasonably egotistical and narcissistic. But for him, he was quite watered down and toned down and spent a lot of time praising other people who were on stage and praising the field.
Which was
instead
weird.
of talking up himself. I mean, it almost... I'm not saying this is what he was doing. I suspect the answer is Trump was like, wow, I just stood on stage for 3 hours and had to talk about really complicated things about which I don't know very much, and I'm exhausted, therefore I'm off my game. But it was almost, to me, like he thinks that the game is up and it's going to be downhill from here, and he's like looking for somebody to endorse. Now, odds are tomorrow morning he comes out and, I don't know, announces that Mike Huckabee's a really crappy pastor and like doesn't know anything about the Bible, or that Rand Paul's like been like blinding people inadvertently because he's a crappy eye doctor, whatever, something to that effect, or I don't know, that like Lindsey Graham and the entire Air Force suck and Navy's where it's at, or whatever, right? This is what he does. But for the time being, I think this evening he seemed really subdued and very much kind of like a shadow of himself. And I think probably part of that is, these debates kind of are endurance contests when you're in them. But I also think,
especially 3 hours.
I mean, Carly did kind of whack him over the head, almost sort of cartoon style, like with the gigantic mallet. And I don't think he was expecting that, and I don't think he was prepared for it. And I think it probably did throw him adrift a little bit.
And he came back with this bizarre, I think you're a beautiful woman. I think she's a beautiful woman. Which was, it was just, the whole country just wanted that moment to be over so that we were not complicit in the experience of it. It was just so
I just thought, I thought it was funny because, my criticism of the remark that he made is that he keeps signaling with various things that he seems to not understand what the job of president is, right? Or various jobs. He doesn't seem to understand that the job of a debate moderator like Megyn Kelly is to ask really tough, difficult questions and see if the candidates can clear the hurdles. He also doesn't seem to understand that that's actually a good thing for him to be doing now, because were he to become the nominee, God knows he'd get it in the general. And if he doesn't have the preparation now to do that, how's he going to survive, right? So he doesn't seem to have a really good understanding of what qualifications are relevant to particular jobs. And I think we saw that with, this sort of illusion that the most important thing about being president is like, can you apply lip liner really well, right? It's a very strange sort of worldview. And I think one of the things that I found weird about that response is that coming back with that kind of read as like a doubling down of that, like it's all about appearances. And I know there are some people who talked about that in terms of sexism, and maybe it is, but I actually kind of think with Donald Trump, like whether we're talking about women or men, he thinks a lot of stuff comes down to appearance. And maybe that's what comes from being like somebody who does property development and works in the sphere of luxury hotels. But I think to him it much more is like, what do the door handles look like than like what's the substance and what's on the resume.
Right. Well, his entire company now is a brand. It doesn't own anything anymore. It's more about branding. And he hit Rand Paul.
I mean, a lot of it is about licensing the Trump name, right?
In a laugh out loud, crazy remark with Rand Paul saying, I haven't made fun of his looks, but I certainly could have.
But there's ample material or whatever he said. Yeah. So I think, I mean, and I think whether that's actually starting to be noted by his voters, I mean, he sees data that I don't see, and perhaps that is something that's starting to be a problem. It's hard for me to think, though, that for his voters, there are some of them who just like the rabble-rousing, like no PC thing, but there are some of them who legitimately are just fed up with the political class and would like to see somebody who's not of that and who has executive leadership skills in the White House. I think for those people, they've got to be looking more and more at remarks like this and thinking, yeah, but this guy is actually not, he's going to have to staff thousands of jobs in the federal government, and he doesn't seem to be looking at prior work experience, personal characteristics or education. He seems to be looking at like who's good at using a curling iron. I mean, if I were somebody who was really bothered by having a bunch of incompetents who are just basically a bunch of blowhards running the federal government, like that guy probably wouldn't make it to the top of my list. I mean, maybe he'd be number 3, but at the end of the day, they've actually got to cast a voter caucus. So I think there are some problems for him there. I just don't know how much that's showing up in his data. But some of his responses suggest to me that there must be some showing up.
To your earlier point about Trump maybe looking for the exit, he more than any candidate I've really ever seen before has openly talked about his moment after he's gone. Like he in interviews with Hugh Hewitt, for instance, he'll say, "Well, look, Jeb Bush should be careful attacking me because if I go out, my voters aren't going to Jeb Bush."
Yeah, it's not an automatic, right?
He'll talk very analytically though about his own demise and
Yeah.
where his voters are going to go after he fades in a way where he sees his demise almost as a fait accompli. It's a matter of when, not
which
if.
is how many of the rest of us also see it. Although I think the thing that everybody's having to grapple with in this race is that it seems as though that's an event that should have happened long ago, and it hasn't. And I think part of the trouble there is, I think as you've seen in this debate and the previous one, we've started having candidates who are showing that they're willing to get their name out there and sort of establish themselves and put themselves on the radar of voters in a meaningful way. But really, I think up until that first debate, you weren't seeing other candidates particularly doing that. And so you still have this situation where people have heard the name Trump, they have positive associations with it, so you're getting a lot of support in polls. Even if, what we're seeing on the surface could be completely different to what he and other candidates are seeing when they dig into the data, which is presumably why Cruz keeps trying to play nice with him. And it kind of kisses butt a little bit because he thinks that when he eventually goes, he can get those voters.
I think Cruz is hoping that he'll hang on and through Iowa, New Hampshire, and then Cruz can kind of sweep the South.
Or that Trump will start his demise sort of mid-November, and when that happens, everybody's going to shop for a different candidate, and Cruz has enough strength and enough organization in Iowa that he can do something there. I think by the same token, there are people that I know who are supportive of Carly who do think, and I can see the logic of this argument, and I've outlined this myself before, that in some respects the Trump phenomenon might inadvertently benefit her, because if people are that pissed off at sort of career politicians and politics as usual, they're going to be shopping for somebody different. And we have seen that has accrued to Ben Carson's benefit and her benefit in certain polls. I think the question with all of this stuff is who's going to peak at what time, right? Because with Iowa, we know that there are a lot of people that honestly don't decide who they're going to caucus for until like the week before or even the day before. So it's a very delicate process getting that timing right. And I don't know, it kind of sounds like maybe Trump's seeing some things that suggest that he's hit peak Trump and everything's going to fall off. So he maybe needs to make those calculations. I don't know. I mean, at this point, I kind of tend not to want to speculate overly on polling because a lot of what people have speculated to date has proven to be wrong. But I will say that I do see, when I look at the numbers, that argument that people looking for something that's non-traditional political experience could be to Carly's benefit. I do see some indicators of that, especially in Iowa.
Now, how do you think she'll fare when? So everybody gets their bump and then they get the sunshine, and then in cases of like Herman Cain, et cetera, the sunshine makes them wither. The biggest problem is, as far as I can tell, for her is her HP time, which came up. It's her biggest benefit, also the biggest problem. It came up during the debate. She mentioned the Yale Business School guy as a Clinton supporter, so we shouldn't take his word to the bank. And Trump. Trump had mentioned him. She mentioned Tom Perkins coming out in support of her. What's the kind of elevator pitch for why her time at HP shouldn't be seen as a debacle or as something that is?
I'm not sure that you can either argue for or against Carly with regard to HP in an elevator pitch type fashion. It's just simply there's too much information and too much data. My argument would be, in brief, that company, when you talk to a lot of people in business and in corporate America and the corporate world around the world, I was in London at the time, I was a corporate lawyer, I was not involved in politics, and when Carly first went on my radar, it was largely because of this, and a lot of what I was hearing and reading was about how Hewlett-Packard basically was destined for a downward trajectory from there on out, and probably was going to end up in the trash heap of history, and she was brought in to shake things up, and she did. What she did was extraordinarily controversial. It was very risky. It was not a strategy that was used. Right. And there was controversy surrounding it. There were people who did not like it. The flip side is that when you look at, and one of the former non-executive directors who was on the Compaq board actually ran something at Huffington Post, I think on your business page, outlining this, so people could go and look at that. There are a number of people, including him, including people who worked with her at HP, not just at the board level, all different levels, people in the tech sector generally who, when they're asked, say, yeah, what she did was tough and, it probably wasn't enjoyable in many respects, and it certainly opened her up to a lot of criticism. But at the end of the day, the decisions she took then have positioned the company to basically survive, and to the degree that it has thrived since, have enabled it to do that. Certainly, as we know from the news that came out about HP yesterday, the company does continue to have significant challenges. I think that Meg Whitman, the current CEO, has spoken very positively and favorably about how Carly handled things as HP CEO. Meg Whitman's having to make a lot of similarly tough decisions with regard to layoffs. But when
why do these HP CEOs all want to run for office in California?
Well, I guess I don't know if Meg Whitman does anymore. I think she may be done with that. I think she may have decided that, and I think it would be a fair characterization. As tough a job as being HP CEO is, I think it's still probably less a tough job than being California governor, which I think is one of the reasons, actually, when you look at sort of the state of California politics, is one of the reasons why Carly's record at Hewlett-Packard, I think, was still slightly a net positive over a net negative in the California Senate race. I think the Boxer people tried to turn it into a negative. Right. It didn't really stick, because people recognize that when you're running large organizations, whether it's a state government or whether it's a company like that, it's not going to be A+ all the time. Things are going to be hard. But when I look at Carly's record, as somebody who is generally favorable to her and sees a lot of positive there, one of the things that I think is really commendable with Carly, having the background that she did, she could have gone for an easier job where those challenges weren't going to be present, and she didn't. And she's always been very partial to taking on tough things, really with no regard, probably recklessly on her part, really with no regard to what might happen in terms of her reputation. Mm-hmm. But she likes taking on tough things, and I think if you look at running for president, that's essentially what's going on here. No president is going to come out and have 90% approval rating and everybody saying they did an A+ job. So I think in some respects, having dealt with very difficult things at HP and having been in a position where, some jobs had to go, but they had to go in order to save vastly more jobs there. That is maybe relevant experience. I think also, thinking about the her versus Trump comparison, there are some other interesting data points. Trump, we know, his company went bankrupt 4 times. Right. In one instance, provoked by having missed a bond repayment, I think on $53.1 million bond, right? Not insignificant stuff. He did lose personal assets when he tries to do this. Oh, this is all corporate, not personal. That's technically true as a matter of law, but the dude did have to get rid of his yacht. He did have to give up his airline. Yeah. He did have to give up, I think, at least a 25% stake in a major hotel that he personally owned. This was not just corporate jigging. Right. And so, I kind of look at things like what was HP's debt to equity ratio under Carly. It was under 50%. And I think that's relevant when we look at topics like the national debt. We've got $19 trillion national debt. I think somebody who can keep that down probably is going to be a better fiscal steward than somebody who bankrupted his company 4 times and missed a really major bond payment.
Do you think she's running more for VP than president? That's the impression that I get from her. But
a lot of people say that. Tell. I don't think in her mind that's what's going on, and I've kind of gotten pissed off at people saying that at certain junctures, because not you personally, but certain other people, because I think a lot of this, when people say, oh, is she running for VP, sometimes that translates into, oh, how serious is she about this really? And I think she is really serious about wanting to be president and believing that she could do good things for the country. And I don't think she's running for VP.
I don't think Trump's running for anything. So at least,
I think he actually, I don't know, he might be feeling sad that he's not going to be doing Celebrity Apprentice. I'm sad he's not doing Celebrity Apprentice. I actually, part of the ill will that I bear Donald Trump at the moment is not just because there are 3 really major areas of policy on which I disagree with him, and I don't like the fact that he, attacked in a really particularly stupid and telling fashion somebody who I consider to be a friend, but also just as a consumer and a TV viewer, I'm kind of, not that I'll tune in and watch Schwarzenegger and it'll be interesting, but I'm kind of pissed off as somebody who liked watching The Apprentice that he basically ruled himself out of that.
Yeah.
By saying dumb shit about Mexicans. I can swear on this, right? I think I can.
I think you can.
I have. So there we are. But anyway, so I don't know. I don't know what Trump is running for at this point.
Just real quickly, because we're almost out of time.
Yeah.
Scott Walker, is there anything left to him after this?
I don't know.
And
Tonight,
this is as a former advisor.
advisor to him on different occasions. I worked for him during the recall, helped him with some stuff in 2013, and then worked for him like super briefly this year before being turfed out over old tweets. I don't know. I mean, the thing is, we oftentimes see people drop way down and then rise back up. So I don't want to say that the polling numbers that you see now.
Down, did he? 'Cause he was never high.
He was in certain state pollings. Okay. Yeah, in Iowa he was, and now that's gone south. And I think it seems to me that a lot of their strategy was pinned on Iowa, so that doesn't look good.
Yeah.
But, flip side of that, we have seen other people be faring badly in the polls, and suddenly because of a change in events that are happening out there in the news, or just because, they give one really good speech, or, I don't know, somebody else drops out, things can change. So, I wouldn't be so rash as to say at this point that he's dead in the water, but I don't think he had a good debate performance tonight. Last debate, I actually thought he did relatively well, but when I looked at the numbers that were coming back from viewers, apparently, like me and 3 other people in the country thought he did quite well, which actually, in some respects, suggests that him firing me might have been a good move in that particular case, because clearly my interpretation of Scott Walker is not the same as your average American Republican voter. I think with regard to my other former clients who are in this race, I have more accurate perceptions. But Walker... Clearly, there are a lot of people out there who are judging Walker differently to how I would. And I would add, that's probably true with Kasich, too. I feel like I see a lot of people coming out of debates when you look at focus groups and you look at data saying that, they really like Kasich. And to me, it's like I watch him and I'm like, I don't even get it. Literally, literally, like I was telling you before we started this interview, the only reason that Kasich might get like even a $5 donation from me is because tonight my kid woke up with a nightmare in the middle of the debate, and when Kasich started talking, he like clunked back out and went to sleep, and that's kind of how I feel about him too, which is
extremely valuable, though.
Which is sad, but maybe Kasich has banked some small dollar donations that way. I don't think that's what he was trying to do, but I just, so I think my perception with regard to the Midwest governors, my personal perception is perhaps a little bit off, and for that reason, I'm disinclined to sort of project too much about what I think may happen with Walker. I think it's ironic if he does kind of go south, because he's actually somebody that I think could do the job competently.
Right.
But he just may never get the chance at this rate. But, with 17 people, I mean, most of these guys are not even going to get close, right?
No, they're not.
That's just the numbers, know?
And then they're all fighting for the right to lose to Bernie. Liz Mayer, thanks so much for stopping by.
You bet.
Jason Lincolns, tell us what else we need to know.
Thanks, Ryan. I'm joined now by Lauren Weber once again and Julia Craven. We're going to talk a little bit more about tonight's debate. I think you, like everyone else who sat in chairs with me, agree that this debate went on maybe a smidge too long.
Just a smidge? I mean, maybe an hour and a half too long? I don't know. 3 hours?
Yeah.
Maybe 2 hours too long.
Am I awake? I don't. It's debatable. It's really debatable.
Well, it's not 3 hours worth of debatable, but it went on quite a bit.
Quite a bit.
Let's talk about your boy Kasich. How did you think he did?
Let's talk about it.
Your boyfriend.
I thought Kasich did pretty well tonight. Now, did he knock it out of the park like he did the first debate? No.
Well, he seems to have left the park.
He seems to have left the park.
I missed him the whole last hour.
No longer in Cleveland also, so that could have been part of it.
Right.
But I think at the end of the day, he established himself as a contender. He was there. He didn't disappear like Scott Walker disappeared the second half of the debate.
Yeah.
And he put in some quality talking time.
Which one is that?
Well, never mind. Julia might have hit it.
So many on the stage.
Hit it on the head right there. That's a little concerning. So maybe he didn't do quite as well as I thought. But I figured, I'd say he was in the top 5. Which when there's 11, that's over half.
Everything tends to blur together. Julia, what do you think about tonight's proceedings?
I agree they were too long.
Yeah.
Which is really weird, because it's like I actually agree with Donald Trump's analysis of it, that it was too long and there's too many people on the stage.
Yeah.
Which is so awkward. I don't like agreeing with him.
It hurts your soul a little bit. You feel like a piece of yourself is melting away.
Yeah.
Yo, Trump was right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Part of learning to live is learning to live with this few times we agree with people who are assholes, basically.
Exactly.
It happens. It happens.
Asshole might be an understatement.
I'm definitely underselling it. Blight on humanity, but yeah, it went on too long, and yet I know it didn't. They never ever got around to touch on a bunch of subjects dear to your heart and your mind.
They didn't. So out of 3 hours, they don't talk about Black Lives Matter. They didn't talk about criminal justice reform. Rand Paul brought it up in his.
Carly Fiorina kind of mentioned it, but not
Yeah,
really.
and this was
It
during.
took weed to get us
It
there.
took marijuana.
yeah.
Yes. They also didn't talk about voting rights. Did I
That's
already say
right.
Voting rights?
There was a shout out to women's suffrage, but that didn't really count.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah,
it was
like
weak.
it's not the same
weak.
issue.
It's really interesting they didn't talk about it because going into the debate, there were articles penned about how Donald Trump had kind of put a chilling effect on the whole criminal justice reform conversation.
Lovely.
By being so like outlandishly pro cop. So I kind of expected it to come up. Maybe I'm thinking like someone in the pre-RNC regime who would have expected the moderators to come at with the party in question with all the wedge issues. But I feel like that they were like doing such a bang-up job trying to get these guys to fight with each other. It's weird they never mentioned Black Lives Matter. It's weird they never mentioned Ferguson.
Baltimore.
It's weird they never put
were a
Mr.
lot of
Prosecutor Chris Christie on the spot with any number of things that have gone on in New York and New Jersey over the past, I don't know, decade.
Well, yeah. One thing that I noticed is that CNN did not go as hard with their questions. I feel like you could argue that Fox News asked tougher questions, especially to Donald Trump. But if anything, the lack of questions surrounding Black Lives Matter just shows us how big the disconnect is between the black community and the GOP. And supposedly Jake Tapper said that he wanted to ask about it, but they didn't have time, which I find very, very hard to believe, seeing that it was 3 hours long.
And they had time to ask what their Secret Service code
Service
name
code
would
name.
be. It was strange and weird that it never came up. It's strange that we only talked about incarceration after a discourse on weed and the relative strength of weed back when Bush was smoking it versus
Well,
now.
I mean, because that's something that can affect white people.
Yeah, supposedly. Supposedly I would get arrested if I did drugs.
Supposedly.
And, even
We
Jeb
don't
Bush
know.
did drugs, now we know. So.
Sorry, Mama.
That was great.
Who do you think of the people who participated in tonight's debate stands the greatest chance of maybe falling off into the undercard debate? Should there be an undercard debate? And to just be clear, there should not be another one of those.
There should 100% not be another one. All those people need to get out of the race, except for maybe Lindsey Graham.
Walker.
Because he definitely made it to the next level.
You say Scott Walker?
I say Scott Walker, but that's only because who is that?
I'd say Mike Huckabee. I think Mike Huckabee really disappeared in the debate. Really didn't make any statements that stuck. And they literally forgot about it most of the time.
Yeah, it seemed like the first hour of the debate after he said his opening statement, and he opened the debate by trying to kiss Donald Trump's ass.
What did he call Mr. T?
Mr.
The
T.
A-team?
Yeah.
Oh God,
He's
killed
not
me.
afraid to call us a fool.
Well, he
and I was like, are you saying that you're gonna like knock him out and put him on a plane?
And here's my question: it's like, who are you in the A-team?
Yeah, are
Why
you
don't
the
you name
Murdoch?
yourself? I mean,
There's
this
a lot
is about
of-
establishing your own narrative, not Donald Trump's narrative.
I think there's a lot of competition for the
It
Murdoch.
was an easy comparison.
Oh yeah,
It
you
was
feel like
very,
it was very
I mean,
natural.
Trump T.
Yeah, same thing.
It was super easy.
Weird hair.
Very weird hair.
A lot of gold. Yeah, it was
Mike
a lot
Huckabee
of
needs
money.
to hit the road.
So you think Huckabee may push the drop? You think Walker poised to the drop?
Rand Paul.
Yeah, Rand Paul.
Rand Paul just didn't perform.
It's funny how it's
funny how bad things can go so quickly.
You know, he was called the most interesting man in politics.
Oh.
But you know who never called him that? Us. So who looks good now, right?
You know, clearly we were on to something.
I would have
HuffPost
said
was
like
unmoved.
the first half of the debate that Chris Christie was
Not there either.
really flailing.
Yeah.
He
But
said
then-
said a lot of things that were just like so crazy and out of character. For anyone who's been paying attention to him. I mean, this is, I said this earlier, I feel bad for repeating it, but I just want to see what you guys think about this. Okay, this is the guy who famously like hugged Barack Obama, united with him to take care of Hurricane Sandy victims. Today, he was really slagging him off. Now, that's fine. It's a primary
He's tacking
season.
right. He's tacking right.
But let's also remember that during his reelection, he was bragging about how many Democrats in New Jersey were voting for him, how much support he had from Democratic lawmakers. Today, he called the Democrats in the New Jersey legislature crazy. It was so weird and disconcerting.
Jason, it's called the primaries. It's called getting the primary
There's
vote.
primaries, but then there's John Kasich staying true to form, true to his
This is where the
line.
flailers learn how to
He's
swim.
got the polling. He's got
That's
the polling
true.
numbers to kind of back up staying true to form. Whereas Chris Christie's like, I gotta find somewhere to get in.
They're not that much better. I don't think Kasich's numbers are that much better than Christie's.
They're much better in New Hampshire.
Oh, that's true.
They're
That's
much better
true.
in New Hampshire, which is where the stand.
And that's kind of a good point. We do need to consider like who is playing well in what
the
areas.
strategy, you know,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly.
Or strategery, whichever you want.
Kasich, I think I think he was really kind of like trying to be the hall monitor of good governance tonight.
He tried to stay above the fray. He also brought up so much religious language. There was the city on the hill.
Yep.
There was a couple other religious mentions. He tried to establish himself as kind of the religious candidate, more so than, I mean, I was surprised Huckabee didn't tack harder on this, to put himself in this space, but I thought Kasich got the name on it.
Yeah. Did Kasich resonate with you at all? I mean, it's no fair. Lauren loves the guy.
I love the guy. I loved him since day one. This is not a fair.
I would love to say that he did, but he didn't.
Well, there you go.
He didn't.
He
didn't
did
resonate
kind of
with me
disappear.
that well.
I feel like maybe he was like helping move some furniture last for the debate.
He and Scott Walker were kind of like setting up their own podium somewhere else.
I feel like John Kasich noticed like some of the CNN guys breaking some stuff down.
He was like, look, I'm good at
He was
IKEA
like,
furniture building.
I'll show you how good I'm working with other people. I'll go work with them.
Bipartisan all the way around.
Carly Fiorina started the night saying that only in America can you go from being a secretary to the CEO. And I was like, pretty sure you could do that in a bunch of countries. Like, what does she think about, like, opportunity elsewhere? Don't you think someone's gone from secretary to CEO in, like, England or Canada?
You know what? I'm sure they have, but I thought it was a great American
Japan or
success
Korea?
story. It was building her narrative. You haven't really heard, I mean, I think using the word secretary was key there because she put herself not as the elitist CEO, but someone that used to be a secretary, and her, as she pointed out, her husband also used to be a truck driver,
true.
which is not a storyline I've necessarily heard from her in the past. So I thought it was kind of bringing herself back down to her roots to kind of, relate more to the commoner.
Would you go
like
so
us.
far as to say that Carly Fiorina won tonight's debate?
I would.
Yeah?
I would.
Yeah? What about you?
I was not expecting it at all, but I would. I think that killer question to Donald Trump was
played hard.
the final straw, and then she kept going and she held her ground and did a great job.
Yeah. She found the right tone.
And she was able to get her voice above the fray. I mean, she's talked a lot. I mean, and also, can we just talk about how tired I am of hearing the candidates yell Jake the entire time?
Oh, that was pretty funny.
That
yeah.
was actually probably the name that was said the most in the
Yeah.
debate, besides Reagan.
Yeah.
Also, you said this before.
Besides Trump.
We'll say it again. The plane was the real winner of the debate. I don't know.
That's right.
I don't know why.
No, the plane was, well, especially the
I don't know why
undercard.
we're deciding Fiorina's.
Especially the undercard
Yes,
debate.
that's true.
Liz
They
Mayer,
found
who
it.
was just on with Ryan Groom in the other room, she tweeted earlier tonight that it was Fiorina that seemed to understand that it was going to be hot in that room.
Yes.
To get herself looking good. Some of the people really
Reagan's
look.
curls were melting.
Yeah.
Rubio was just like.
I really like his curl pattern, though. Honestly, I do.
I know, but it was I mean, everybody was melting except for her.
There were times during the debate tonight where I looked at Mike Huckabee and was like, oh, dude, they brought like the cheese statue of Mike Huckabee from the Iowa State Fair. It's sweating like crazy.
I loved it when
Look at
James
that.
Tapper was like, oh, we got the hottest questions off social media coming. And I'm like, what are they? Where's the AC? Like, I mean, seriously.
It's it's completely
Well, I mean,
true.
if you have that many people on stage, I imagine it is hot.
I think the plane was blocking the AC. That's what I've decided.
It's time to get rid of some of those people on
It's time.
stage.
It's the elimination game needs to begin.
We're agreed that the undercard debate, we're done with that now.
We're
but
done. All those people need to
do
be
you
gone,
think,
except for Lindsey Graham.
Do you think Lindsey Graham belongs up top?
I think Lindsey Graham's going to take Rand Paul's spot. I think he could take Mike Huckabee's spot. I mean, I don't know. You know, at some point these people have got to run out of money, right? I mean, when are they going to run out of money?
Well, I mean, theoretically, with the Super PAC era, you can kind of be a zombie campaign for a little bit.
That's true, but
Rick Kerr didn't last long, but I mean,
Pataki's got to be dropping soon. I mean, that was like a dead man walking earlier.
It was kind of bad. Like
it was very bad.
They didn't even want to listen to his answers.
Jay Tapper cut him off 3 times. I mean, it was just horrendous. Like I said earlier, he should have walked off the stage. More people would have remembered him as actually being a candidate.
You know who I want to
It's definitely true. All right. Well, any final thoughts about tonight's debate?
Yeah.
What do you want for the next debate?
Less airtime.
Shorter.
Yeah. More commercials.
More commercials.
More commercials. Longer commercials.
And I also want Donald Trump to stop petting Ben Carson like he's
that
was
a bit
goat
weird.
or something.
It got weird.
That was very weird.
It got weird. Could you imagine doing that to anyone you sort of knew, like in public?
No, Jason, I can't even imagine doing that to you. Like,
It's
what would
weird.
you do?
It's like, yeah, it's just like strange. No, it's weird.
Yeah, it was really, really strange. It was kind of like, oh, good job, like, good boy. And I'm just like, can you not touch him like that?
It was gross.
It was pretty.
What do you want to see for the next debate?
I want the next debate
As
to be
I touch you?
Yeah, as you touch me. I want the next debate to be 6 people, and I want it to talk a little bit more about more substantive issues than what you want your Secret Service name to be.
I want to hear.
That whole section could have been cut.
I want them to talk about Black Lives Matter. Like, please, can you acknowledge the fact that, you know, police violence, economic violence, like that these are issues facing a substantial part?
I'd like a rapid fire question section where you kind of hit a ton of topics so you understand what everybody stands on everything. I think it'd be awesome to hear a yes or no.
All right, one last question. I promise I'll let everyone return to their lives. Do you think tonight's the night that the Trump sensation started to take a turn, or is he still blazing ahead?
Personally, I think I'll always be here for Donald Trump. Not politically. I don't support his politics in any way, shape, or form. I do feel like he's an entertainer. But because he's an entertainer, I'm 100% here for his shenanigans. And I was disappointed that they were not as shenanigan-y as they usually are.
Look, it would make my day if tonight was the night that Donald Trump took a nosedive. I don't think today was the day.
All right, well, I guess we're going to find out.
We're going to find out.
Folks, thanks for hanging with us tonight. We will be back whenever there is another debate. I believe the Democrats are next up in October. It'll be Hillary Clinton, Bernie Sanders, and some collection of crap that's currently polling at 1%. I'm Jason Linkins. For Julia, for Lauren, for everyone who appeared tonight, thanks so much for tuning in. We miss you already.